dailies. Waiting on Twitch to
Do a barrel
do
roll.
ads. There you go. There's your barrel roll. Or actually, no. Hold on. Now I have to remember where the hell it is. Oh, God. It moved my mounts. Oh, where is it now? Shit. Where's Twintania? I have no idea where Twintania is at. There it is, whatever. There. There's my barrel roll. There you go. Gotta find the frickin'... The ads bot is right on. It's supposed to be 3 minutes of ads, not... It shouldn't be 10, 30-second ads. It should just be 3 minutes, that's it. Yeah, it shouldn't be that many. That's annoying. I love how this quest is like, can you bring this to the person in the tent? If you don't make it, you'll fail. And you're given 2 minutes to walk that distance. That's it. It's such a short trip. I just realized... No, I need to have that relatively low. Sorry, I'm looking at my volumes. I can independently turn my headphones up. I do speak a little bit of Typonese, Noodle Imposter, or I should say I can read Typonese sometimes. Alright, so now I need a disguise. Is this better than WoW? It's different for different people. I've heard from what a lot of people in here, I'm gonna mute for a moment. I have heard a lot of people that we refer to as WoW refugees, people that played WoW and started playing Final Fantasy XIV, is that the community is a lot nicer. If you buy the game, there is a monthly charge. However, one of the things, like if you don't know about the game, there is a free trial. And as long as you, and okay, so in fact, so there, the game originally came out in 2010, or it came out again. 1.0 doesn't count. They started something up, it failed bad, they shut it down, they rebuilt the game. When they came out with A Realm Reborn, they have A Realm Reborn, which is the base game. Then they have the first expansion, Heaven's Ward, the second expansion, Stormblood, the third expansion, Shadowbringers, the fifth expansion, Endwalker, and now the sixth expansion, Dawntrail. Okay? If you get the free trial, you get to play the base game and the entire story, all of Heaven's Ward, and all of Stormblood. That's, so level 50 for the first one, level 60 for the second one, level 70 for the third one, right? That's still possible hundreds of hours of gameplay. Again, I recommend to people, if you're getting into it, just play the story. Just do the main story, and as you do story, you'll unlock things, and then find the kind of stuff you enjoy doing. Now, there are some limitations to the free trial. You cannot make a party. You can join other people's party, but you can't make your own. You cannot join a free company. You can't, a guild, essentially. You can't join a, you can't direct message people. There's limitations on that, which is kind of an incentive to get the full game, but do be aware that the moment you get the full game, it is a monthly fee. But again, oh, another thing too, let me actually finish this quest real quick, because this is like a daily quest for leveling stuff. I need to do this real quick, and then I will show you something else that I can't really do in World of Warcraft. So for this one, I'm supposed to put the fear of his god in him, so that's why I'm dressed like a elephant, or Garashura. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I have to say in local chat, "Your god is come," and he's, "Thank you, O divine," blah blah blah, and all this kind of stuff. So let me just finish this quest, then I'll show you something else that blows my mind that other games don't do what Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy XIV do. So just bear with me. Because, okay, and I'm pretty sure you might have heard other streamers and YouTubers talk about this, but if you go and play World of Warcraft, okay, let's say you pick a hunter as an example. You play hunter, you get to max level, and you're like, I don't want to play a hunter anymore. I want to play a healer class, right? Priest, I guess. It's been several years since I last played World of Warcraft, so I might be getting their names wrong. In Final Fantasy XIV, you can be everything. The way the game works is that by changing your main weapon, you can change what class you are. So for example, if I want to be a healer, a white mage, okay? I have an animation thing, so now I'm a healer. I have, all my hotbar has completely changed. I'm now a healing class. If I want to change to a DPS class, all my hotbar changed. I'm now a type of DPS class. If I want to do red mage, which is like a caster class, which apparently my glamour's all messed up. Which, by the way, you can also set glamours. So there's the proper glamour. But you can, yeah. Paladin. So there's my Paladin class. Of course, I've got a whole bunch of glamours where I've got a bunch of fancy glowing weapons. It's kind of bad because it's nighttime right now. So this is Astrologian. It's a card-based healer class. Bard, which archer essentially. So I mean, the big thing with that is that as you progress through the story of the game, and again, it's Final Fantasy. Understand that when they released the game originally, and they had Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, it was so bad that they literally shut the game down for several months while they rebuilt it and then re-released the game as what they now call A Realm Reborn, which is what you have now. A Realm Reborn was around that time where Square Enix was actually struggling, like, bad financially. And because of that, the story in A Realm Reborn is a little bit slow. It's kind of like your build-up to learning you're this very important individual. So understand that it is kind of like a long burn to get through the main A Realm Reborn story. But because of the success of A Realm Reborn, and that brings some money in, they're able to spend more money and do whatever and get better writers and all that kind of thing. From Heaven's Ward on, just the story is amazing. It's great. Now every expansion has ups and downs, so I mean you will see changes as you go through, but like let's just say that if you rush through A Realm Reborn and do none of the story, it's still like 50 hours of just doing the combat. That's not even stopping to watch the cutscenes. And understand that Final Fantasy XIV, it's very story-driven. Very story-driven. As an example, you know what we're going to do? I'm actually going to do a side quest, just to show you. So, it has been a minute since I have done any side quest in the thing, because I've been doing MSQ and just trying to level this class up. The class I've been leveling it's a new class that was added with the newest expansion. It's called a Pictomancer. It's a caster, but their weapon is kind of like a crazy paintbrush, right? Been struggling with the ultimate weapon quest. Is that A Realm Reborn? Hold on. Ultimate weapon. You're gonna have to remind me which one that is, because again, I am a 1.0 player. I played during 1.0, so I have forgotten so much shit. So when you say this quest name, my brain just goes blank. I struggle with that so bad. Let's see. One of the other jobs that they just added is something called a Viper. It's a dual blade kind of class, and then it has let's see if I can do this. They do some kind of crazy thing where they join the blades together. I don't know if this animation does it. Yeah, there it goes. So you go like Darth Maul style and everything. But yeah, this is a melee class, the get up close and personal. If you look at the classes, they're actually organized. So you have your tanks, your healers, and then your DPS. So you have melee DPS, which are the ones that get up close and personal, and they're the ones that have to do positionals. So sometimes you flank them, go in from the sides. Other times you go behind the enemy and everything like that. You have your range DPS, black mages, summoners, red mages, Pictomancer, and then you have your range DPS, bards, machinists. Essentially, you get a gun, and dancer. Dancer sounds like not really a combat job. Give me a second, I'll show you dancer real fast. Go back to my free company, my guild's house. We have a striking dummy out front. So let's say I was doing Dancer, which, there we go. So here's my Dancer class. It is literally a ranged combat job. You essentially have chakrams, and you're like throwing them like frickin' Xena. Right? This kind of gets the rotation down. And then Dancer has an interesting mechanic where you actually dance during the battle. And what you end up doing is that you team up with another member of your party with something called a dance partner. And whenever you do that dance, see how I've got this little countdown timer here? For the next 42 seconds, 41 seconds, 40 seconds, I have now given myself and them a little bit more DPS. A little bit more, we get like a percent bonus. So this is, it's partially a support job, partially its own damage output, and everything's balanced where it works like that. Reset these. Now, myself personally, I main healers. So I'm a white mage main. Well, helps to... Can't be in combat when you're changing. But I do healing. Healers are, combat-wise, relatively easy to play. Right? They usually have their combat attack, their a damage over time, and then they have an AoE, right? There are a couple other attacks that, for example, if I start combat as a healer, as long as I'm in combat, this bar starts to fill up. Now, do be aware that if you're starting from the very beginning, you're introduced to each of these abilities slowly. You're not just given all the abilities at once and told, good luck trying to figure out your rotation. No, like, you're given it slowly. So you get to, like, learn your class as you progress through the main storyline, essentially. And they've got the dungeons as you go through are set up for you to learn the mechanics and everything. The game even has, and see how every time this bar fills up, it fills up one of these little dots. Those allow me to do my strong heals. So, for example, this one, it uses one lily, which is technically, let me actually show you that too, just for the hell of it. That little gauge, it's actually that's the more complicated version. They call them lilies. And when you see this, it makes a lot more sense on why it's called that. So now when I use a lily, see how it started making that, what they refer to as the blood lily, start to grow. And when I use 3 of them, three uses of the lilies causes the blood lily to bloom. And now you can use a big damage attack. And so you sometimes strategically, if there's nothing to heal, use one of the lilies just to don't let it get up to 3 and then just sit on 3 lilies not using them. Sometimes you just use the lilies so you can have that bar filling up so you can feed the blood lily and then do more damage. Like, there's little nuances like that when you start getting into the higher tiers of the game and everything, right? But again, the moment I stop combat, it stopped. That bar is no longer filling up. So let me change it back. I'm gonna change it back to the simple mode. Put it down here. And you can see, if I'm out of combat, the bar stops filling up. Because again, you have to be in combat for a white mage to do that. Well, let me change to a different class. This class is called a Sage. You'll notice that we're not in combat and it's already filling up. Sage is slightly different. This will fill up over time, but the Sage's weapons are these kind of... You essentially are doing laser damage. And that's how the Sage does its combat, right? But the Sage is weird in which to do its other things, you have to like charge it up, and then now, when I use it, now that just applied its damage over time. Like every class plays completely different, right? And that to me is one of the funnest things. And in fact, to kind of show you how that works, let's talk about Samurai, one of my favorite jobs. Oh, again, you have to wait until combat's completely over to change over. So Samurai is a little bit different, where you essentially have these three things. And again, guys, I apologize. I've optimized my HUD for me. So normally, let me make these things nice and big so you can really see them. Okay, so you've got these three things to light up, okay? Now, if you look at the action, it kind of shows you the flow, okay? This flow ends in one of three ways. Everything starts with this ability. Go Yofu? I don't know. Yeah, whatever that ability is. And then it flows into either Jinpu, Shifu, or Yukikaze. I apologize, I'm probably completely mispronouncing those, okay? Now, the keys with these is that for these first two, they have a third part of the combo. And the big important thing here is these are what are referred to as the positionals. So, Gecko, you get extra damage when attacking from the rear. Okay? Kasha, attacking from the side or the flank. Right? So, with this, if I do, for example, let's look at this first one. Gifu, 3. Jinpu, 4. Gecko, 5. If I hit this button right here, notice how you get little things around the next part of the combo. So it kind of guides you a little bit, right? Now if I do Jinpu, notice how those other ones vanish. And now lastly, Gecko. And watch what happens over here. We just filled up one of these things, okay? When we have one of these filled up, now you can look at this ability here, which is called Higana Bana. Delivers an attack with a potency of 200. But the key with this attack is it is a damage over time spell. And it lasts 60 seconds. So if you use this ability, it'll be doing little ticks of damage for the next minute. Okay? But, wait, there's more. If we start this combo again, Ginfu, and now we do Shifu, okay? And then we do Kasha. Remember, Kasha was the side. So we move to the side. See how there's a circle around it? See where the circle kind of ends and there's like a Pac-Man opening? Anything with a Pac-Man opening, that's the rear. Imagine that same thing, except on the side. I just filled up another thing over here. So now that I have two filled up, let's look back at this ability. Delivers an attack with a potency of 300 to all nearby enemies. We have now, with two of these filled, and it can be any two, that ability is now in AoE. So you can see how that works when you're fighting a bunch of enemies at once. You now use that ability to hit everybody around you for a little bit less damage to everybody, but you're doing it to more than one at a time, so you end up doing more damage that way. And last but not least, Gofu into Yukikaze, and that one does not have a positional, okay? But now we've filled up all three, and now we can essentially what you'll refer to a lot of samurais as casting sword. And that's like a huge single target damage attack, right? And the cool thing is at higher levels of samurai, you use that and you get to do it again twice in a row, right? But now you've got other things here, like this ability lets you just skip those combos and just immediately go to, there's immediately into that back one. There's immediately into the side one. We're going to do the AoE. Oh. There's that big AoE, and now I hit both dummies at the same time. And last but not least, we're going to do just fill up one. Do it again. And now we have a 1 minute damage over time going on. Right? So there's things like that, and again, that's just the general way that Samurai works. There's a lot of other abilities that Samurai gets in its arsenal as you get to higher levels. Like, I mean, you just saw that mechanic. There's so many attacks. And the thing that I explain in detail, that's the basics of Samurais. That's the thing you're repeating a lot when you're doing the Samurai rotation. And at higher levels, they add even more, so you're just a DPS monster. Now, let me reset these. Again, to put this into perspective on how different every class is. So I'm going to go now to a Reaper. So this is a class that I'm kind of iffy with. I'm okay. I'm just not as good with it as Samurai. Agility in most games translates to more damage output with speed. Yeah, the stats in Final Fantasy XIV, a lot of times it focuses on critical hit percentage, and then, like, in fact, you hover over these. Affects the amount of physical and magic damage dealt, as well as HP restored. The higher the value, the higher the frequency at which your hits will be critical, higher the potency of critical hits. Determination affects the amount of damage dealt by both physical and magic attacks, as well as the amount of HP restored by healing spells. Those, for a lot of DPS, those are your priorities. I know in World of Warcraft, there were other stats that you were watching. Another thing to think about, too, is when you create a character in World of Warcraft, a lot of times you're trying to min-max things. So you see a lot of people make a choice in race that gives them that couple more points in the stats for whatever their chosen job is. For the people that are trying to min-max everything, right? As far as I'm aware, in Final Fantasy XIV, they got rid of that many years ago. Like, your character is your character. It, like, because you're able to be every job, your character is you. It doesn't matter what class you're playing. Hell, if I want to change to my crafting classes, right? I can change over. If I want to be a fisherman. There, I'm a frickin' fisherman now. Go fishing. Right? If I want to go mine something, I can do that. If I need to bake bread, there's my culinarian. Right? You're not limited to like 1, 2, or 3 crafting jobs. You can do everything. Right? And that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize as well. Like, I'm trying to be aware, though. I am, as you can clearly see, I'm at the higher levels. Any job that has the orange numbers is maxed out. Right now, with Dawn Trails released, level 100 is the highest it can get. My classes are pretty damn high, right? If you're starting new, like, again, like, this is the thing to think about here. These are all the dungeons, okay? You see all these dungeons? Those are all the dungeons in the base game. Then you go into Heavensward and you have even more. You go into Stormblood, you have even more. I mean, there's so many, right? So many dungeons per expansion. And those are just the dungeons. You also have something that are called trials, which are essentially your one-on-one party versus a singular boss kind of thing, right? And they tend to be, pretty difficult. And then you even have the raids, which are your 24-man go after a bunch of shit kind of thing, right? Yeah. I mean, well, I take that back. Every expansion has 3 of the 24-man raids, and then the rest are usually, I think they're 8-man for a lot of them. Yeah, 8 players. Yeah, those ones are all 8-mans. But, yeah, there's a lot. And again, these are just showing the 5 previous expansions. We have the current expansion right now going on too, which you'll notice that I've only got a few compared to the amount that is here. That's because these raids come out after they release an expansion. About every 3 months, they'll add a new... Well, I take it back. Every 6 months, they'll probably add 4 more regular 8-man raids, and then they'll add a new 24-man raid kind of thing going on. And then, of course, on top of that, if you're the kind of person that likes doing endgame super difficult content, they have the high-end duties, which are your referred to as the Expert, Savage, Ultimate, and they actually just released one like a month ago, the 24-man Chaotic raids. So there's a lot of content in the thing, but just do understand there's a lot of story in this too. Everything's locked behind story, and I know, like, it sounds kind of bad. Do the story. Have fun, like read the, there are some fully voice acted sections. There is a lot of text to read. Trust me, read it. It'll make things make more sense. In later expansions, there'll be throwbacks. Like you will meet throughout the game. You'll go back and see them over and over, and then you'll, like, the community has their own fans of NPCs that are in the game. There are points in the story where if you really get invested in the characters, there will be some heartbreak, right? Like, over the years, there's some characters that many members of the community thirst over, and then again, like, other ones are like, oh my god, like, I can't believe they did that kind of stuff, right? There have been, I'm pretty sure you might have seen this if you ever search for it, but there have been streamers that have literally broken down because, like, a major character is no longer there because of reasons, you know? So, like, understand it is a Final Fantasy game. They killed Aerith many years ago in Final Fantasy VII, so be aware that things might happen. But again, try it out for free. Make an account, try it out. Again, if you get the free account, you're able to get, let's see, now I got to look back and look at this stuff. Paladin, Warrior, Dark Knight. Gunbreaker, I do not think is available in the free trial. Monk, Dragoon, Ninja, Samurai. Yeah. So Reaper and Viper, I don't think are in the free trial. White Mage, Scholar, Astrologian, not Sage. Bard, Machinist. I think, actually, I take that back. You might be able to play Gunbreaker and Dancer because they unlock when you hit level 70, I believe. But give me a second. I'm not entirely sure. Hold on. Now I want to give you correct information. Dancer and Gunbreaker are a Shadowbringer expansion jobs, but they unlock at level 60. So let me double check that. Final Fantasy 14 free trial restrictions. Okay, so actually here's some other restrictions. You cannot hold more than 300,000 gil, the in-game currency. You can't buy certain items like player homes. You can't trade with other players. You can't use the market board. You can't create your own party, but you can join one if invited. You cannot use the party finder to recruit members. You cannot access the lodestone or the official forums. You cannot use the adventure support app. It's an app on your phone. You can't purchase certain optional items or redeem gift codes. You can't create link shells or cross-world link shells. Link shells are like a little thing where you can communicate with people that are in the link shell. You cannot participate in PvP. You can't buy the in-game wedding. You can't rename your character, and you cannot transfer your homeworld. Let's see here. Free trial. I'm looking to see if there's a limit on what classes you can be. It might allow you to do that because they technically unlock at level 60. I don't know if they... I don't see any limitation in jobs. I'm still searching, bear with me. Okay, so sadly, Dancer and Gunbreaker are not available in the free trial. You have to own the Shadowbringer expansion for it to count, sadly. So again, it is kind of that incentive to buy the game, but because you wouldn't be able to get those anyway until you reach level 60, again, I highly recommend play the free trial and I would recommend at minimum try to get through Heavensward to see if you enjoy this, like see if the story has hooked you enough to then, continue playing through Stormblood, and at the end of Stormblood, if it really has truly hooked you and you want to continue the story, at that time you'll probably have several hundred hours in it, because again, you might jump around until you find a job you enjoy, and then you buy the game, and then you transition to a monthly fee, right? But at that point, you enjoy playing the game. Now, myself personally, like, I would have played the game solo, gotten to the end of the story, and then I would have, put the game away. They push out an update every 3 months. I would have come back, do that added bit that they do. Because what they do is they release an expansion, which is like the big story chunk for that. And then between expansions, every 3 months, they give you little snippets of post-story content, right? And then as they get closer to the release of the next expansion, they start doing story content that leads into the next bit, right? And then, boom, next big expansion hits and continue on from that. That's just been the general thing for all Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawntrail, all 5 expansions now. So, yeah. That's the general order that they've done it. Again, it's one of those things, like, get the free trial, try it out yourself. You might feel it's too slow. That's your opinion. I mean, if you feel it's too slow and it's not for you, more power to you. But if you like story stuff, give it a try, give it a chance, because again, the base of Realm Reborn story, they were struggling with the writing after the whole 1.0 debacle, and Square Enix was, I think was it still Square at the time? I don't remember. Oh my god, it's been so long. It might have been Square Enix at the time, but again, they were suffering. Get through it, progress through it, get into Heaven's Ward, and enjoy the story, because like it does get better. But again, it's one of those things, like it's really hard for me to try to sell it to you when there is a free trial. Try it out yourself. So yeah. I mean, I don't know how better else I can say it. Now that being said, I am going to do a, let's see, what am I forgot what I said I was going to do earlier. Now I've completely blanked. Shit. What was I going to do? Oh, I never turned in those quests at the other place. Shit. I got to go back. I came over here to hit a striking dummy and never turned them in. When you complete an expansion storyline, you get the ability to fly in it. And Pictomancer. Alright, turn all these in. I've got my experience bar up here, so I'm just trying to... This class... I only started playing this class, like, yesterday. So I am still relatively new on it. Because this class starts at level 80, you don't get the benefit of leveling up from level 1 all the way up. So I am one of the kind of people that when you're given all these abilities at once, I struggle a little bit learning how its rotation works, but I decided to sit down and actually learn how to do this job properly, and now I can kick things ass. So essentially, if you're running around not doing anything, you paint your motifs. So there's your palm motif, your hammer motif, and your starry sky motif. And then when you go to attack something, you just start unleashing all this stuff in a certain order. And again, use the starry sky. Now it makes everything. I'm doing 5% more damage. It actually gives all my party members more damage. And again, like, it kind of helps you guide of which things you do next. Holy and White is an ability that I can actually cast while on the move. While a lot of my other abilities I have to stop and plant myself and cast. Those ones do more damage, but Holy and White can also be used when you're running around and need to still deal damage but move around. You know, there's little things like that. And again, every class plays differently. The classes that you start from level 1, again, you're given the abilities slowly, so you get a chance to learn how they work. And then also, in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward... Oh, crap. Did they do it? See, now someone's going to have to remind me. At least in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, they actually do something called Class Quest. And in A Realm Reborn, the class quests happen every 5 levels. So not only do you have your main story quest you're doing, every 5 levels you need to go back and do another side quest that pertains to the job you chose. And you learn more intricacies about that job and everything. So, okay, with learning classes in Dota, I had to learn all hero challenge 4 times. You have to win with every hero to complete 1 round. Okay. Holy shit. I've seen people play Dota before, but it's been so long, and I never picked the game up, so I didn't realize that's insane. That's crazy. Oh, what was I gonna do today? Sorry, I'm trying to... I've gone blank now on what I was going to do. I think I've already done my dailies. I'm going to get attacked by the bird here if I don't get away. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, see, I already have reward already achieved. I've already done my dailies. Shit. Oh, don't play it. There's a reason I'm looking at story games. Okay, yeah. Oh, I said I was going to do a side quest. That's right. The problem now is I got to find one. Because I've done so many in so many areas, I don't remember where any are left. I've got to find one now. Oh, shoot. Oh, here's one. Fortune in the Salt. The Perky Peddler is expounding on the sublime qualities of saltery salt. Salt, get your salt, gourmet quality, fresh from the saltery. Here now, aren't you Zali Lunley, the hero of the revolution? They say you played a big part in reviving the saltery's operations. It's an honor, miss, a true honor, and good timing, too. I'm soon to head back across the border, and I'll do my part in reminding Eorzea's markets what proper salt tastes like. Eorzea is like the continent you exist on, essentially. I was living in Ulda before, you see, in one of those refugee tent camps. Never thought I'd set foot in Al Amigo again, let alone be handed a job when I got there, and it's all thanks to you. So this is one of the quests that you finished a big thing and freed a people, so that's why they're all like, oh, you're the hero of the revolution, all that kind of thing, so... Come to think of it, Whiskar was wondering if I'd spot you here in Relgar's Reach. If I saw you, he'd said I was to ask you to visit the Saltery whenever you have the time. I'm sure he's eager to share how far they've come with the rebuilding. Alright, so let's go... Where is the Saltery? Let's go see the Saltery. And I'm kind of fast traveling around places. That's what that teleportation thing is. Oh, God. There's a bunch of quests here. There's a bunch of side quests. But we're going to do the Fortune in Salt. Just got to find him. You might need to move those cranes a bit to the... Oh, Zali, you came. Our trader spied you in Relgar's Reach, did he? As you can see, the Saltery's restoration is coming along nicely. Care to have a closer look at what we've accomplished so far? You should witness the success you helped achieve, and I promise I won't take too much of your time. Can you believe it? Our partners in the East Aladard Trading Company have been busy promoting our produce, and it's brought all these merchants and chefs with coin to spend. There was one Makote lass, a culinarian from Limsa Laminsa, that said she was who ordered a whole wagon full. A culinarian from Limsa Laminsa, she said she was, who ordered a whole wagon full of salt to be shipped back across the sea. Thanks to Lord Lolarito's connections, we have the folk in place to transport huge orders damn near anywhere, and our profits have been soaring. Right, let's head over to the heart of the operation, shall we? So again, remember, a lot of these side quests are very text-based. Again, there are, voice-acted sections of the main story quest too, but, there's also just text sections too, so don't expect the entire thing to be voice acted. So just be aware of that. As I understand it, masses of salt crystals build up in the shallows of the locks. We rake it all together into those little hills you see there, and let it bake in the sun for a few days. The ability to fly, so every time you finish an expansion... Actually, okay. I'm giving you bad information. Let me clarify. When you when you finish a Realm Reborn, when you finish the main story quest, you get the ability to fly in all of the Realm Reborn zones. When you progress onto Heaven's Ward, they change the format slightly. Not only do you have to finish the expansion main storyline, but they also have these things called aetheryte currents, little wind currents dotted around the map, hidden. You have you get a special compass, and it literally tells you north, south, east, west, northwest, northeast, whatever, and it gives you hints on where the closest aetheryte current is to you. So you have to finish the expansion, find all the aetheryte currents, and there's a couple specific quests you have to do that give aetheryte currents as a reward. And once you get all those, then you can fly in that zone. And you do that, and every expansion has 6 zones essentially. So you do that essentially, like, as you're doing the main story quest, be on the lookout for your aetheryte currents, because they'll be dotted generally along the path of the direction you're going. You might be walking along, and then oh, it's over there, and you go over and get it. Or you might be going and hold on, did I just see something in a crevice over there? Back up a little bit. Oh, it's hidden over there. You know, they kind of sneak them around a little bit. But yeah, you get the ability to fly once you collect all those. We used to have a kid in my free company that he was very, very stubborn, and he refused to get the aetheryte currents. And the game... Actually, hold on. Pause for a moment. Let me finish this little bit of story here, and then I will explain something. Once it's good and dried off to the factory it goes. That's where any unwanted rubbish is sieved out, and we end up with pure sultry salt. The brothers and sisters who return to us have taken to the work with a passion. Though they fled into Thanaland so long ago, the love for their homeland still burns bright. And my job is to make certain no lock-dwelling beast ruins what we reclaim together. I patrol the shores every day and put the advice you gave me to good use. In fact, I could use more monster-slaying wisdom if you have any to share. It's the bloody Sobans, you see. Their numbers have been on the rise of late, and getting a blade through their ore-bound hides is a chore to say the least. Any pointers on how to deal with them? The eyes! Go for the eyes! Or, hit them as hard as you can, of course. Really hard. So you get little things, and sometimes their responses, like, some of them make your character sound like an ass, and you get snappy comebacks sometimes. The eyes! Go for the eyes! The eyes, you say? That seems a bit tricky, but they certainly are exposed compared to the rest of it. I'll give it a shot. Well, I think you've seen all the changes around here. It's time we went to speak with Granddad. Okay, so... Again, I gotta turn the music off for a moment. So, this kid would not ever go get his aetheryte currents. And if you look at the map, you see these blue circles around? These are... essentially, they're events that happen on the map called fates. They're level locked, so even right now, I am level 84, okay? If I go and do a fate, so for example, if I go over here to this fate, it has 11 minutes left on its timer, and I join this fate and level sync, I'm now level 73. Right? So this is stuff like if you have friends, even if you're higher level than them, you can always sync your level down and do stuff with friends, kind of thing. Like open world content, right? And of course you can unlevel sync and go right back up to level 84 in my case. There's stuff like that that happens. Later expansions, they actually have a thing where it's called a shared fate. And by progressing through the shared fate, you actually can unlock things to purchase that you wouldn't normally like the game has a whole bunch of collection stuff. I have, as an example right now, I currently have 117 different mounts. I have 342 different minions, right? So there is a little bit of collection stuff if you want. They also do holiday events. There's usually a holiday event every month, right? I think the event going on right now is the New Year's event. February, of course, there's... February, traditionally, is Valentine's Day. I think they call it Little Ladies' Day in Final Fantasy XIV. New Year's is called Heaven's Turn. The Christmas holiday is called... Oh, God, I can't remember what it was called now. Bear with me. I'm trying to remember what it was called now. Starlight something is Christmas. But there's things that are going on. Like, for example, the event going on right now happens, and it changes what city it happens in. It's currently happening in Limsa Lominsa. Limsa Lominsa is essentially a town of former pirates. It's a bunch of pirates that decided to essentially go legit. And sometimes the story deals with some pirates that are falling back into their old habits, kind of thing, right? But yeah, if I go to the upper decks, different part of the town, this is the event going on. All this is all the New Year's stuff, and I think over here is the person that gives you the event quest. And if you do her event quest, you end up getting I think it's a minion right now. And that minion is... I gotta find it now, because I only have 342 of them. In fact, there should be music playing right now. Again, finding them is the hard part. I kind of remember... There it is. That is an example of the minion that you get for this event. The Final Fantasy community has, like... It's become a meme for this little... It's supposed to be like a serpent. But this is like a special one for this event. The Great White Toshinoko. Yeah. There's other ones too. The Great Serpent of Ronka. The Behelmeted Servant of Ronka. The Behatted Servant of Ronka. Just, yeah. It's these little creatures. Scree is their little sound they make. I don't know if this one does a thing if you poke it. Sometimes they make sounds. As an example, if I bring out this little dude. This guy, if you get a lot of people with this minion, and they all decide to walk slowly... Now just imagine that when you have 10 plus people walking slowly through town. Because I've seen it happen before. People have done these parades having these minions walk behind them. But yeah, there's, again, like, the community has its own memes about certain events in the game, certain places, certain songs. The communities also has a lot of artists, whether it be like, you know, painters or people that make remix versions of the music, or oh god, people that do, like, there's Husky by the Geek, I think is his YouTube. He's done some videos where he's gotten hundreds of, and sorry, I need to snooze this. He's gotten hundreds of Final Fantasy XIV music people, and they've all done little parts of a song. And I need to see if I can find one of his songs. Bear with me. Husky by the Geek. Bear with me. Okay, no, this one... Hold on. This is with 300 people. Okay, so I'm going to mute the game for a moment. We're going to go to the YouTube. This is like a 10-minute long video, so we're not going to play all of it. I've got 5 minutes before the ads are forced to run on Twitch, but just to give you an example of some of the community stuff, watch this. And some of these people are like completely in cosplay while they're doing the music stuff. I mean, they get a lot of people together. Like it's again, the community is great. And also, this specific song, these are the voice actors for two of the main characters in the game. So they actually got the voice actors to join in. And this entire 10-minute thing is actually, I think, like 12 different songs all stitched together. Like there's yeah, like look at this. Like, this is crazy to me. Like, that is insane. Right? Like, as I said, like the Final Fantasy XIV community is insane. The amount of creativity they have, like it's insane. Now that entire spiel. Be aware of another thing though too. The free trial. You cannot join a free company. You cannot join a guild. It is one of the limitations. Okay. Now, full disclosure. Okay. If I did not join a free company, I would have been one of the people that I would have played the game. I would have done the main story quest. And then I would have put the game away until 3-6 months pass. Patch gets released. Come back. Do that. Leave the game again. 3 months later, come back, do story. And that would have been all I do. But my guild, my free company, is some of the greatest people in the world. People I like. Again, you'll hear the term "WoW refugees," right? Now, I also apologize. Twitch is about to force ads. I've already hit the snooze button once, and it's not letting me do it again. Twitch requires me to run 3 minutes worth of ads every hour, because it costs money to run the servers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, and I'm sorry, the ads are playing. It says ads start in 53. What? Okay, so the ads might start here in a moment. I'm going to just run the 3 minutes worth of ads, get it over and done with. I will talk about more, like, my personal rule, I try not to, I try not to progress anything or talk about anything important while the ads are on. So I will be right back, guys. I would recommend get up, move around, use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Again, for if the ads are not playing and you're listening to my channel right now, I try not to progress and or talk about anything while the ads are playing on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, I apologize, but yeah. And I will also quickly talk about the Frosty Tools bot as well, just as a little side stupid thing. But yeah. Ads will end in 40 seconds. And I got to get rid of that dude because he's the squeaky feet. Okay, have that go away. Got 9 seconds left. All right, so as a little side thing, the frostytools.com bot, it's an AI bot, and what it's designed to do is that because it can detect when the ad breaks happen, it looks at everything that was talked about between then and the previous ad break, and it does a recap, which is why it talks about stuff, and it's pretty good. Like it can sometimes. You can talk about something and it will kind of reference that and talk about other stuff or things. Like, I think yesterday we had somebody talking about an engine swap in their car, and it talked about other engine swaps in other cars or something. Like, it was super weird. But it's a fun little bot. Just something to kind of keep something to kind of give a recap of what we were talking about. So then when we come back from the break, we can go right back into doing whatever. But, yeah. And in fact, here's another thing too. Let me do this. So I'm going to log out. Main screen. The main screen when you start is likely going to look like this. Oh, it's going to look like this. Okay. they've actually got a thing where, depending on where you are in the story, your title screen will match that expansion, right? If, for example, you got into Heaven's Ward, right? The title screen would look like this, right? So you kind of get like an idea of the theme of each expansion as well. Now, when I start, let's see here. When you create a character, actually, no, I take that back. Leave. When you initially start, it's going to ask you for a data center. Are you in North America, Europe, Japanese, or Oceania? Okay. So essentially, you want to pick where your friends are essentially playing, right? Now that being said, I have friends that live in Europe and they play on the Europe data center. Me, as an American, I am on the Crystal data center in North America, but if I go to the European data center, these are the servers on each one. There's the Chaos shard and the Light shard. So I'm going to move over there real quick. Okay? So it's connecting. I'm now connecting to the European data centers. And now, go through the world. Okay, so I do not have any servers on the Light side, the Light server. So let me go back in there. Hit Chaos. Do you feel lag when on Europe servers? There might be a little bit, yeah. And there. I made a character, a Vera, on a server that my friend plays, and they are level 8. So yeah, they're extreme. Like, this is very early game. Very early game. The Conjurer becomes what is called the White Mage. Oh my god, I'm getting dinged with all the shit I bought. Ignore all the beeps. The game does have you pay real money and get visual stuff, and then apparently all that stuff is just delivered. Okay, so do be aware. I kind of keep this on the down low. I am running a couple mods because I do end-game content. I want to watch things. I do have my ping time up here. So my ping time to the European servers right now it's jumping between 118, 120. I'm averaging 120 milliseconds. But, I mean, again, it's a tenth of a second lag, right? So there is a little bit of lag. The US servers, or Crystal, I think I'm somewhere between 40 to 60. So half the ping, essentially. So yeah, essentially my ping is doubled on the European servers. I think if I go to the Oceania servers, it's closer to almost a quarter of a second. 250 to 270 milliseconds. You see a lot more if you're trying to go all the way around the world like that, though. Now, here's another little interesting thing, okay? So here I am with my... And if you're not... Oh, shit, I just realized something. I'm not in town right now. Because I wasn't in town, I'm not gaining rested experience. Oops. Okay. So... Now let me log out. If you're in a safe zone, the logout is instantaneous. If you're in an area where there was combat, it will take a little bit longer to log out. But now here's the thing, is that I was on the Chaos Data Center. I can move my character. I can go to the Light data centers. And then the different worlds on the Light side, if I wanted to. Okay? Like, those are all the worlds on the chaos side. Those are all the worlds on the light side. And oh, look at this. My European character can go to the Oceania data center. Okay? So I want you to notice that. The European character can go to the Oceania data center. So I'm now going to leave this again. I'm going to go back to my US account. And now my US account can go to the Oceania data center. So even though my US account is a US account and my friend's account is a European account, I could take my character that I've played for thousands of hours and we could both technically meet up at the Oceania data center and play together there. We would both essentially be at the same ping time. So we're both dealing with the same amount of lag, so we get to, but we still get to play together, right? So there is ways for anybody to still play with anybody else. Now, as a little side thing, as an example, I have a friend that is also not on my data center. And what I do sometimes is I go over to the Dynamis server, the Primal server, and I go to their world Excalibur. And I play with them once a week because they're currently progressing through the main storyline quest, right? And then when I'm done, I get back here, and there's a thing here that if you were on the other world, this wouldn't be grayed out. But it allows you to just return back to your home world, and then you go right back to whatever. So, like, the game has ways of allowing you to play with other people. If you really want to play together, the game has methods of doing it. I made that just so I could steal my own name. Make sure nobody else grabs my name. But yeah, the other thing too is that I can be here on my data center, the Crystal data center. And if you go to the Aetheryte Plaza in the 3 major towns, you can also visit other worlds on your own server. Like if I want to go to the Goblin server, boom, there. And now it's queuing me up. It prioritizes people that are on Goblin. But now I'm on a completely different server. That easy, right? Oh, and in fact, oh, look at this. You have bards. They're playing music. So they're doing performances. Some people will sit there and level up multiple accounts, and they have a program that will have each account play a certain note, and will do intricate music stuff. Sometimes the music's okay, sometimes it's out of sync, but you can kind of get an idea. Right? It's kind of, I can't play some music yet. I'm here, I think, I don't know exactly what the song name is, but I'm kind of recognizing the song. But I think they just ended. Maybe they'll play another song that is easier to hear. But there's some of these bands have like up to 8 accounts all playing music all synced together. I think actually in local chat they literally just were like, oops, that messed up, and that's why they stopped it. So they're changing instruments. This guy's got a trumpet now. Trumpet, violin, another trumpet, some kind of horn. See if we can recognize the next song. Oh god, tank! Oh, they're playing the Cowboy Bebop main theme. This would be a lot better if they had some drums, though. But you have people that are doing performances like this in the game, right? But I mean, like I said, the community is great. If you're into roleplay, there are places that people do roleplay stuff too. As an example, my server, the Mateus server, they do a lot of roleplay in the Ulda town, in the bar, I guess. In fact, I can show you the amount of people that go there. Turn my music back on. Music just changed over to the Heaven's Turn event, because this is like the big... This area is always decorated for whatever holiday it is. Got somebody collapsed on the floor here. But a lot of these people, if I had chat up where you could read chat, a lot of these people are just role-playing with each other, like acting like adventurers that have meeting up after a day of doing stuff at the bar, talking about what they did. I mean, just, again, people do role-play things too. Now, again, it is 2 in the morning in Central Time US right now, so this being a US-based server, there's also a lot of people asleep right now. It's usually a lot, like, usually it's like standing room only in this area. There's so many people in there normally. Like, this entire area is just completely full of people. It's kind of empty right now. But yeah, again, the social aspect right now might not be the best time because of time of day. But, yeah. Let me go continue doing that story quest. Back to the Salt Flats. I'll be with you. I'll be with you in a moment, youngin. Just let me finish up here. And then sometimes they'll cut to these kind of cutscenes too. Nambrock, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Appreciate it, man. Happy New Year to you too, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. As you can see, the Saltery is back in business. So, did you notice that this guy came over, got a bunch of stuff, and then went away? That was a little bit odd. We even got the daughter of an Oldayan merchant house come to inspect our operations. Ah, speaking of the lass. We have observed the method of your salt production, Master Watt, and I must say the process is quite fascinating. What will I say? Your Grace or Lady Lalaria? So this is actually like the Sultan. She's like the leader of one of the great one of the three major cities, and she's kind of out and about in secretly kind of inspecting what's going on. So we're kind of keeping her secret. Yes, 'tis I, Lilaria. What strange coincidence that our paths should cross in this unlikely place. Oh, you know each other then? I suppose an adventurer meets all sorts of folk, trudging from one end of the realm to the other. Is this now an early morning or late night stream? Yes. That's all I can say. Well, ahem, Master Watt. I must compliment you on your salted fish. The dish we sampled was exquisite. Thank you, miss. The saltery was once famous not only for its salt, but also the goods we seasoned with its produce. We hoped you might take a remainder of the taste back to the people of Ulda. Yes, I will certainly discuss the potential for bringing such wares to market with our partners. And whilst we are on the subject of partners, Mr. Watt, I understand you run the saltery with the assistance of the East Alanard Trading Company. Are the profits of your joint venture being properly appointed? I'm not sure you follow, miss. I believe Mrs. Lilaria wishes to know whether or not the East Alanard Trading Company is claiming an unfair share of the coin. Ah, well, we had a bright young man by the name of Alphino draft us a watertight contract to avoid that sort of problem. Do you know of any reason we should worry? Nay, my good man, no reason. Carry on as you are. Pray continue those fine efforts to support your countrymen's return, and restore the glory of Alamigo. Yes, miss, I will. And she gives us a little wink before walking away. Again, she's one of the characters that, when you first meet her, she's like, well, as the Lalafels are short, right? When you first meet her, she's just like all regal and prim and proper and everything like that. And you find out like she's sneaking out at night and just like having fun and doing things that the Sultana shouldn't be. Again, like she becomes one of those characters that you absolutely love, right? Like, again, you get all these little nods to past things you've done. Again, this is like the third expansion, and you first met her in the original base game. Or no, second expansion, sorry. Base game, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood. Yeah, so second expansion. Again, like, you get those little nods all the time. Again, very story-driven, very, everything's interconnected. She was a bit full of herself, wasn't she? The way she spoke, you'd think she was bloody royalty or something. And the look on my character's face is just like, yeah. Seeing as our young heroes come to visit, what say we gather everyone to mark the occasion? Yeah, when you first meet her, yeah, she's definitely a lot more imposing because of certain other someones. Yes. The battle with the Empire took its toll and left our saltery in ruins. We were left to squabble in the rubble of our livelihood. But look now, our kin returned to us from Ulda, and our village is alive again with peddlers and traders. We had neither the coin nor the might to retake our home, until you and the Sultana took our cause as your own. For that, we are truly thankful. We've rebuilt what we needed to get things running, aye, but war's talons gouge deep. Many buildings still lie broken, and it'll take time to put it all back the way it was. But we won't let your boon go to waste. Day by day, we'll keep adding to the foundation you've laid, and bring lasting prosperity for all of Alamigo. Now, this is the other problem with streaming, is that right now it's nighttime in the game, and it makes everything look really dark. The game does have day-night cycles. It's just right now, it's all nighttime. But yeah. Cool, so that was that little side quest. And it's like a nice little closure. Kind of lets you know that what you did and how the people of this area are faring. You might notice that my mount is from a certain other game. If you've ever played Nier Automata, they actually did a Nier Automata crossover at one point. So, yeah, this, as an example, is a mount that I have. There are a set of raids where you're going through a Nier-themed area, which is kind of interesting. You might also notice that my minion following me, Palico, they actually did a Monster Hunter crossover as well. So, supposedly, there are rumors that there might be another Monster Hunter crossover soon with the release of their new game. Which, by the way, oh god, I haven't gotten that damn mount yet. Fortunately, World of Warcraft, the day cycle is multiplied. Yeah, I think it's... See, now... I'm going to have to keep Googling this. Hold on. How long is the Final Fantasy XIV day cycle? Okay, so... Every 35 minutes is 12 hours in-game. So, 1 day in-game is an hour, 10 minutes. And then... weather cycles is every 23 minutes and 20 seconds. They really got that precise. But yeah. Another thing to think about, too, is that if you're starting a brand new game, the class you start off as determines what your starting city is. So, as an example, let's see here. Limsa Lominsa, the pirate town, its starting classes are the warrior, essentially the axe welder. I think they start... Oh, God, I'm trying to... It starts off as one class and becomes a warrior. I'm trying to remember what its original name was. Shit. Can I check my own adventure plate? No, that's not what I want. Search info. Here it goes. Marauder. It goes from Marauder to Warrior. Yeah, my brain went blank. Conjurer becomes White Mage. Pugilist becomes Monk. Lancer becomes a Dragoon. Rogue becomes Ninja. Archer becomes Bard. Thaumaturge becomes Black Mage. Arcanist becomes Summoner and Scholar. It's the only job that splits into two. It becomes a healer and or a DPS, and they level together, which is it's a weird job. But for Limsa Lominsa, the starting classes are Marauder, and Arcanist. Those are the two that you can begin with. When you get to level 10, you do have the option of turning into a Rogue, which is a melee DPS. But it was a weird thing. It was added shortly after the game came out, so you can't start as it. Once you hit level 10 in whatever your starting job was, it unlocks the ability of switching to any of the other jobs, and then essentially starting from level 1 with those. So those three Arcanist, Rogue, Marauder are your Limsa Lominsa jobs. New Gridania, which, okay, and again, that's the pirate town. New Gridania is the forest spirits and kind of special individuals that look like children, but they're like 200-300 plus years old. There you can get Conjurer, which is again White Mage, the Lancer, and the Archer. Those are those 3 jobs. And then in Ulda, which is the desert town, you have Thaumaturge, which is Black Mage, Pugilist, which becomes Monk, and Gladiator, which becomes Paladin. So technically, all 3 of them have 3 jobs each, but Limsa is the only one where you technically have to get level 10 before you can turn into a rogue. Because again, it was added later. Kind of different. After that, I think once you get to Heaven's Ward, it unlocks Dark Knight and Machinist. Yeah, Machinist. And then Stormblood, they introduced Samurai. I'm sorry, Dark Knight, Astrologian, and Machinist. Those were the 3 in Heaven's Ward. They added Samurai. What else did they add in? Someone's gonna have to remind me. Was it Red Mage in Samurai that they added in Stormblood? Might have been Red Mage. But yeah, like every expansion, they've been adding new races, and of course they introduce new classes and stuff too. Any all-time favorite job? Mine, I'm a White Mage main. I heal things. Right? So this is my main class. My White Mage, which I'm a horrible White Mage. I wear all black. But no, you can change glams. So like, for example, I can go... This is like... This was my White Mage glam for the longest time. This kind of... whatever you would call this. I don't know what kind of clothing that would be. But that has been my White Mage glam for a long, long while. But yeah, I'm a White Mage main. Same reason why I've got the White Mage shirt. I can't out-heal stupidity. Right? But yeah, I am a White Mage main. And then my second favorite job right now is Samurai. Which I've got my glowing sword. All that kind of stuff. Which, by the way, we changed this earlier and I didn't change it back. Go back to simple mode, please. Save and move that down there. All these HUD elements you can move around. The game does not require any mods. Like, the game gives you everything you need to do. There are mods available, but it's generally frowned upon to use them. Did I spot the 1.0 tattoo? Yeah, I'm a 1.0 character. Which I can show and hide the tattoo. Yep, this is my 1.0 character. Which, story for that, when I really picked the game back up in 2021, like, at the end of the Shadowbringer launch, and it was the same year that Endwalker released, that was when I got back into the game. And I was playing my character that I had made, and we finished A Realm Reborn, and then we found out I had been playing the wrong character, and we had to search through all my different servers and finally found this account. Like, it was neglected. Like, I had been leveling the wrong character. So, once we found the 1.0 character, off stream, I did the server transfers. I paid money to move it to the server I needed it to be on and everything. But after that, I did a speed run the next day, just rushing through all the content, and went from like level 12 to level 50 in a 14-hour stream because we had already watched all the cutscenes like the month prior. We just needed to catch back up to where I was story-wise, and it took me 14 hours straight to get back up to level 50. And then we went back and did the MSQ from there, and I've been playing it since. But, yeah. You'll notice that a lot of my glams, I have been trying to do glams that keep my back showing. I have some glams that cover the tattoo up, but other ones, like that was for Christmas, right? Of course, I've got my Final Fantasy VII glam, which actually, hold on, let me just back up. Okay, good, yeah. So Dark Knight has the big sword. So that right there is my Final Fantasy VII style glam. Right? And I have, they literally have the Final Fantasy VII motorcycle. In fact, let's go out here. Yeah. Now, Sparrow Black, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I don't know, I'm guessing you weren't here. You asked about the 1.0 tattoo. Bear with me, I gotta find something. There's 1.0 is technically on these discs. So I have been hearing rumors of people that have reverse engineered essentially 1.0 servers that run locally on your own PC and have actually gotten the ability to play the original storyline, essentially. And I am really considering attempting to do that and just do a run and just show everybody, one, here's the story, let's actually see the story live. Two, let's see how shit the game was, because the game was bad. Like, it was really bad. Like, the only major good thing that 1.0 had that they didn't do later on is that all the cutscenes were fully motion captured. They got rid of that when they redid it, and they've gone to more of an emote based system. So you'll have characters and they'll do like a reaction where they'll cheer or something will happen. You'll reprimand somebody or you're like, oh, sad, you know, all that kind of thing. Ooh, you're devious ring hands, you know. Doing exercises, right? It's very emote based. And see, now we actually have daylight, which can also get your character to follow the camera around. You can psych up. Oh, move the camera a little bit. You can blush. You can comfort somebody else. Like, you use a lot of these things. You use this a lot in the thing. And this is one of the things that I'm partially proud of, but at the same time, it's like, I can't believe I did that. When 1.0 launched, I made this character. You can technically change your character's race, what they look like, all this kind of stuff, by using an in-game item called a Fantasia. And they give you a Fantasia to use when you complete a Realm Reborn. And then I think with the newest expansion, they actually gave you another one that's available for a small quest. So you can essentially get 2 free Fantasias. Other than that, if you're someone that just like, I just want to try the different races or whatever, you can buy a Fantasia. I think it's $5 real-life dollars to buy one on the marketplace, and then you can then use them. There's people that there's people in my free company, I shit you not, they're a different character every month. I've had some people that they change to one character, and a week later they're like, I'm not feeling it, and they change back to their previous race. And then a week later, they try it again. They're like, I do like this. And they spend so much money buying the damn Fantasias. And if they're watching the stream, they're like, yep, that's me. But, saying that, my character, I've never used a Fantasia. I still have the 2 that the game gave me. And I happened to pick Makote Voice 6, which is the voice that is super high-pitched. So she screams at the top of her lungs whenever she's doing combat. Oh, what else? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, that flower shower thing, that's one of those emotes that you buy off the marketplace. One of the things several of the people in my free company, my guild, essentially do, is that if we see each other, like, in the open world running around, we'll target them, try to do a drive-by flower shower, and then run off and try to get it before they react to it, kind of, right? Little stuff like that. You can also target like an NPC, and for example, if you're going to dote on the NPC, there, and now you doted on the NPC, right? Right? I mean, there's a lot of little things you can do with this. Oh no, I've got a headache! You know, all that kind of stuff. My skin colors change completely. What do you mean? In the daylight? Yeah, Dawn Trail definitely did skin a lot better. That was one of the reasons why they gave a Fantasia with Dawn Trail, because of that. Now that's one of the things I've been, because of that, my character's skin does look a little bit lighter than what I would have liked. If I use the Fantasia, I might go 1 shade darker skin, but both of my Fantasias are just still sitting in storage. But yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I know, like, the people that, at least in my free company, that have complained the most is a lot of the Lalafels didn't like what was done with the lower jaw and some of their eyes on some of their characters, and have made changes to their faces. And then also some of the RYZEN players were the ones that were the big ones that didn't like some of the changes made. I know a bunch of Vera players, the rabbit people, the bunny people, the nose colors. Oh yeah, this is one of the coolest panorama areas of the game. And the way the game has you go, like, you're going between the 3 major cities as essentially your job, and you end up going through all these zones at some point. I'm level 100 and I'm beating on level 8s. So unfair. So unfair to them. But yeah, base game, you're usually walking everywhere. When you reach level 30 and you get to the level 30 quest line, you unlock your first mount, which will be a chocobo. Now, be aware, my chocobo, because of having a free company, you can actually tint their feathers over time. It's kind of a roll of the dice. Like, you have 3 different fruits. Each fruit affects the RGB, red, green, blue values to a certain degree. And you essentially let the bird sit in the stable for 6 hours and it tints the bird. I got this crazy purple color and I've enjoyed it. But once you get your bird, that becomes your first mount. And then, of course, once you beat an expansion and get the aetheryte currents, you can then also fly, which you go a lot faster. We were talking about earlier, there is different mounts. This is a mount you buy on the store. This is the Final Fantasy XIV motorbike Finrear. Probably mispronouncing it. But it plays the Final Fantasy VII music. Right? When you fly, it still flies. It doesn't do anything special when it's flying. But then, every now and then, there is a Final Fantasy XV crossover. And you can actually get the car from Final Fantasy XV. And of course, just like Final Fantasy XV, it flies. It does the entire transformation. And Dawn Trail added a little bit of a banking into the turns and everything. And then, recently, they had a Final Fantasy XVI crossover. Which this one I have to search for. So you can actually get the dog as a mount. And it plays music from Final Fantasy XVI. Which I haven't played yet, so I don't know much about its story. And of course, the best thing about this mount is you can pet them. And another reward you get from that is there is actually a... Let's see here. There's a Torval pup minion that you also get from that same quest. Oh yeah, your character banks slightly. Now, sadly, it used to bank even more. They've actually lessened it a little bit with this last patch, and I'm not a... I wish it banked as much as it used to. I liked how much it banked before. They did a crossover event with Fall Guys, and this is, for example, one of the mount you get from it. The Fall Guys event is a little fun thing. It's so stupid. And then, of course, there's the Fall Guys minion, the pink bean. It's not reacting. I don't know if it's got any other... Oh, it waves. It's not waving at me. But yeah, there's little crossover things like that. I've got one of the robots from Nier Automata as a minion. I can also get like 2B. There's a 2B minion. Kind of hard to see. I've got a 9S minion. You can actually get the 2B clothing set, the 9S clothing set. You can also use the 2B over the shoulder thing, whatever the pod, I guess you would call it. So if you want to go full on Nier Automata theme, you could, right? What else? What other? They've done crossovers with. Oh, what else was it? Yokai Watch. They recently did that a little while ago. The Yokai Watch stuff. Dawn Trail gave you the RYZEN and Garnet minions. You have your Aerith and Cloud minions from Final Fantasy VII. Realm. It's one of the older Final Fantasies. I can't remember what it was now. Where is the hoodie with the illuminated star? That was the Fall Guys event. When they do the Fall Guys event, it happens in the gold saucer. You can do the sign up there, and it's essentially like every time you run it, you get its own currency. If you win it, you get a lot of currency, but even if you lose, depending on how far you get more and more. And just over time, even if you never win, you can still get everything. You just do multiple runs essentially. Wind Up Cane, that's from Final Fantasy 1. Onion Knight, Fire and all that kind of stuff. Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 1. The Minion of Light. And it does that original Nintendo jerky animation style. Was it like a variation of the climbing event? It looks like the Fall Guys maps. They just kind of made it for Final Fantasy. There's a little bit of jumping, but it's not like physics-based jumping, if that makes sense. But there's a lot of other little minions. Back in the day, they released these minions because these minions actually give off light. See how my character now has a white light on him? And now, if I poke at it, it changed height. This used to be the only method that players were able to move a light source around for photos. Right? And then I could... Oh, wrong button. Scroll lock. Scroll lock gets rid of everything. Pressing and holding pause break makes you look at the camera. And then people would take photos, right? The game does have a in-game... See, I don't do photo stuff. Now, G-Poser, which is an add-on, third-party add-on mod, G-Poser lets you do a whole bunch of other shit. Character? I'm probably looking in the wrong thing, aren't I? You know what? I bet you I am. There it is. Group pose. So if I activate that, this is now the photo mode. My character's now looping the last animation I did. You can enable depth of field. See, they're just going to poke the living shit out of whatever. I can add color effects. And this is just the photo stuff in the game right now. The G poser lets you do so much more. Okay. I don't think it's G shade because there was one third-party mod that absolutely ruined their entire reputation because they had essentially snuck stuff that could possibly be used for like they people they didn't like, they could essentially shut your PC down. Like that kind of shit. If you put malicious shit in your code, that person got essentially kicked out of the community because of that shit. I think the new G-Pose whatever that they have now, it's to the point where you can literally take your character and literally move their arm. Like, change the angle of their elbow and literally pose them. Like, it's pretty intricate. Now, another thing I do want to point out. Notice how this is putting a white light on me? There was a second minion. So that was the wind-up moon. The sun puts out a more golden light. Now, since that new G-Pose program exists, these two minions are essentially no longer ever used for their intended purpose, but they're still there, right? Yeah, there's so many minions. And a lot of the minions have, like, their own little story behind them and why they exist and everything. Wind-up airship. So this is, again, the first time you ever fly on an airship in the game. You're, I think at the end of the quest, you're given this as an example. Yeah, you get a bunch of different minions. Bunch of different stuff. And you'll notice this little dude, Alpha. I've actually also got a mount that he's on too, if I can remember where the hell it is. And he rides in the passenger car. But yeah, for example, this character here, he plays a major part in one of the storylines in the game. So, you know, you get little callbacks to that, which I think is kind of cool. So real quick, we're going to walk around town to just kind of show you the general size of town. So this is the entrance to Limsa Lominsa. And hell, and oh, this is another thing too, because they talk about this during one of the stories. So I want to point this out because this is the amount of like it's a little nuances, right? When you go into town, right? You enter through the front gate. Back in olden times, a lot of castle kind of environments would have a main entryway just like this, right? And this is Bulwark Hall. Apparently a bulwark was an area that if enemies try to attack and they're forced into this area, they can now be attacked from all sides and not do anything to the people that are up in the rafters. Right? Like, this was like a tactical room back in the day. And they talk about that in one of the storylines in the game, but it's cool, that little bit of nuance. Right? I like that kind of stuff. But here we are, we get to the main aetheryte plaza, the aetheryte being these giant crystal structures. These are essentially your major teleportation, fast travel things around the map. Every time you get to a new city, every time you see one of these on the map, stop by them, attune yourself to it, touch it, and then you can then teleport back there for a little bit of gil in the future. Also in town, there are miniature aetheryte terminals. If you are able to gather all of them in a town, you can then fast travel around the town. Right? So the hallway we're going through right now is the major like shopping center in the town. And here in front of us is actually one of the small aetheryte terminals. So you can see, like, I mean, you can still see the main one way back there, but if you want to go over there quickly, you know, like, I mean, it just, instead of walking that entire way, use the Ethernet and you teleport immediately there, right? Continuing down that hallway, you have market boards here. Again, you can only use those if you're not playing the free trial. Then down here, you get to where the arcanists are training. And again, you have another Ethernet shard right there. You go in this door here. And this is where you train to become an arcanist. And Arcanist is that job that it then branches off into two jobs. You become a summoner and a scholar. So it becomes two different jobs. And of course, I haven't even done anything in the game. We've just been talking about stuff. But the ads are playing. I'm going to let the ads play. I try not to talk about anything while the ads are playing. So... Sparrow Black, I have had to relearn how to spell certain words, because yes, I also have written Ethernet multiple times when I meant to say Aethernet, which starts with an A. Which, by the way, I also heated some pizza up earlier and I still haven't eaten it all. The chat bot, yeah. As G-Post enthusiasts perfect their craft amidst G-Shadegate controversies. Because I'm sure the bot does whatever it went online and it kind of found some of those Reddit posts, maybe. Still got 1 minute before the ads finish, and then I've got another thing to talk about, too. I hate getting greasy fingers on anything, so... I stock up on tons of baby wipes so I can clean my hands off before I touch any of my keyboards again. Sparrow Black. So, Twitch requires that I run 3 minutes worth of ads per 60 minutes being live. So essentially I get 57 minutes of game, 3 minutes worth of ads. For me, I look at it more of a... It lets me go take a bathroom break every hour. Get up, move around, stretch my legs. I'm just not on my ass for 8 hours straight. Because people have literally died because they sit not moving. They get blood clots in their legs, and then when they get up to move around, it breaks free and it goes into their brain and kills them. Like, that's legit happened with several streamers. It's not good. So I kind of use it for personal health reasons because of that. But I got it because, yeah, it is a little thing. It just kind of does a recap of what we were talking about. But yeah. So also, I kind of forgot something earlier when we were talking about the jobs that every main town has. I just talked about the combat jobs. Okay, Limsa Laminsa, it's on the ocean, right? What else do you think is on the ocean? Mayhap the Fishers Guild. So yeah, you can find the Fishers Guild here. Fisherman's Guild is down south. And this is where you would go if you were training to become a fisherman. And the Fisherman's Guild has its own set of class quests. I'm gonna get rid of that too. But they're like, even the crafters or the gatherers. So, in fact, here, let me pull this up. So, Disciples of the Hand, you're using your hands, are your crafter classes, while Disciples of the Land are your gathering classes. So gatherers, miners, botanists, fishermen, right? Those are the ones you go out and you gather things. Disciples of the Hands, carpenter, blacksmith, armorer, goldsmith, leather worker, weaver, alchemist, and culinarian. Those are your crafters. This town, the ocean town, has the fisherman, the culinarian, and I can't remember what else. Shit. Hold on. I've gone blank. I've forgotten. Oh, Sparrow Black. That sucks, dude. It shouldn't be doing that. The way that mine is supposed to be working is that it plays the 3 minutes worth of ads, and the next 57 minutes should have no pre-rolls. Should not. But, of course, Twitch's thing never runs the way you expect, right? I feel like I missed... You have Fisherman, you have Culinarian... Fisherman's Guild, Rogue's Guild, Arcanist's Guild, Culinarian's Guild. Ah, Blacksmith. Blacksmith is the third guild in this town. In another town, so Gridania. So let's jump over to Gridania real quick. Gridania is again very green and forestry. Forest-y? I don't know. How would you say that? So you can see how much of a different style this place is. But here... Let's see here. You have the Archers Guild. In fact, let me just do this. You have the Archers Guild over here. You have the Carpenters Guild over here. Let's go up north. Then you have the Conjurers Guild, Healer, the Lancers Guild, Combat, and the Botanist Guild over there, and the Leatherworker. So yeah, Botanist, Leatherworker, Carpenter. That's Gridania. And last but not least, Ulda, which is kind of like the desert town. The tall buildings, all that kind of stuff. In this town's an interesting arrangement. large and circular. You have the Thaumaturge Guild. I've never been able to pronounce that right. They're the ones that become black mages. You have the Pugilist Guild, which becomes the monks. Let's see. If you go over here, you have the Weavers Guild. You have the Miners Guild, the Goldsmiths Guild, the Gladiators Guild, and then if you go up a floor, you have the Alchemist Guild. So yeah. Oh, Sparrow Black, yes. Yeah. Have you really gone back to previous expansion zones and really looked at them again? Because, for example, oh my god, it sucks because it's nighttime right now, but this is one of my favorite places. I love the music in this zone during the day. But oh no, you can kind of see it here at night. But the shadows didn't do this previously. It didn't do that before. I mean, it did, just not as sharp as it does now. Like, all the movement you get out of this now looks great. And I apologize, like, we're listening to the mount music right now. Yeah, the night music in this is not... The daytime music is amazing, in my opinion. And that means that we have to stay here till day now. But yeah. But again, like, look at the views in this game. I mean, it's definitely, like, this is a Final Fantasy game. You just have these crazy structures and stuff, and we'll have to come back here later. And then you have stuff like this, too. Like, this map is mostly water. Play the map music. So it's kind of subdued. You have an active volcano happening over here. Have these little fishing villages along the coastline. But oh, what's this? There's stuff under the water too. Like, what's this? You know, there's weird shit. Things that you would, you know, if you're gonna have a fantasy game, you gotta have some fantasy things in it, right? Oh, definitely. And see, now I'm going to go to Kagone. So this is one of the major towns that was added in the Stormblood expansion. And I'm going to do something extremely dumb. So, they sometimes have jump puzzles. And for an example, see this tower? We're going to climb it. I don't know if I'll be able to make it or not. So, Alpha, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to dismiss you so you're not distracting me. Give me a class that I can see roughly where they're standing. Pretty much every time I come here. I have to do the jump puzzle. Oh, and I've already messed up. So we're going to switch over to Dancer. I'm using Dancer so I can get back up there a little bit faster because I just fell off. And then switch off of it, and that gets rid of the running effect. And I fell off again. Back to Dancer. Sprint! I'm trying to get rid of any speed boost before I jump because the jumps have to be super precise. And I missed. Did I change my streaming hours? Not on purpose. Kaizen, appreciate it, dude. In fact, I'm going to quickly talk about why my hours are like this. For those that have not heard, my cat Malcolm passed away last Thursday. I am still not doing well. It's hard for me because a week prior, he was absolutely fine. And his health went from being just fine into just bad. And literally within a week, he passed away. So I am still freaking struggling. So just, yeah, it sucks. Now, it's nighttime, so it's kind of hard to see where I'm supposed to be jumping. But there are things I'm jumping on here. And that's one of the reasons why I am streaming at these weird hours, is that I am still at the point where I am trying to distract myself. Yeah. I'm hurting bad, guys. Like, it sucks. He was 16 years old. It just... Yeah, it sucks. The vet told me that what they think happened is he probably had a dormant tumor on the side of his head. And something happened, and the tumor burst, and it essentially rapidly grew, and he was bleeding internally, he was bleeding out of his ear, and it just got to the point where he didn't deserve that, and I didn't want him to suffer anymore. So... as I've said, I'm not doing well. So just, yeah. This is me trying to distract myself right now. And sorry, I'm supposed to be doing these precision jumps, and I can't concentrate. My mom got me a digital picture frame for Christmas. And I took every photo that I had of him and put it on that picture frame. And I've had to turn the photo frame off because just talking about it, I'm crying right now. Like, again, guys, like, I literally still have his chair right here. It's green screen. You can't see it. You can see the food sitting on top of it. Because there are still other cats in the house. They're not my cats, but they weren't like Malcolm was. Malcolm would sit here, and I would be able to put my arm on him, and he'd just sit there and relax and take it all in. The other cats are not my cats. They don't... They are just here, and they get fed, and then they leave the room. They don't care for me. They're not Malcolm. And as you can see, I'm doing precision jumps here. And as you can see, it looks like my character's standing in the middle of thin air. But that's where the bounding box is. You gotta learn where that bounding box is. And I fell. Shit. Well, now we gotta redo that part. Oh, hit the wall. Can you tell I've done this a little bit? Oh no. Apparently not enough. We'll get up to the top. Or not. I'm actually gonna get rid... I'm gonna change classes so I don't have this thing in my way. There we go. Also, now my character's wearing white so I can see him better in the dark. Ooh, that was very close. Oh, Sparrow Black, dude. Yeah, like... So... And I apologize, guys. This might be a little bit graphic. But, like... The part for me that hurt the most is... Again, he was perfectly fine, and next thing I know, he's coming down the stairs, he jumps up on his chair, and he's got blood just foaming out of his mouth, right? Again, he was absolutely fine, and sitting there, calling around, trying to get a vet. And this is like Friday night, right? Like, places are closing, vets aren't available, and like, I live in a pretty rural area, so it's kind of hard to get vets. And the soonest anybody could see him was like the following Monday. And it's just like... And... over the weekend... This is an 11-pound cat. He lost 4 pounds of weight over the weekend. Because whatever had happened in his mouth, he would not eat. He was hardly drinking anything. And it was just bad, guys. Like, it was hard to see him deteriorate so damn fast. Multiple times... and he got to the point, like, because he was bleeding internally, the lack of blood, he was very wobbly, so we're trying to get him to drink water again, like, to the point where I had taken his food, crushed it up, got it wet, turned it into a mush and trying to just feed him through a syringe. Like, it was hard, guys. And just when they finally were able to see him, I still have, it's still in my damn room, have an IV bag that I was literally having to stab my own cat to try to give him an IV just to hydrate him. And it's just like, it's so unfair to him. And it just, he had been sick for a week. He was still just getting worse and worse, and I had to make that decision that it was unfair to put him through that much pain. And of course, now you have one of the other cats coming down here and all they want is food. As you can clearly see, can't touch them because they're not my cat. They didn't grow up with me. And hey, Dietrich, good morning, man. I hope you're doing well. But it just got to the point where I'm like, it is unfair.
H2O. Water sucks. It really, really sucks.
And Dietrich, appreciate that, dude. It was unfair to Malcolm to try to prolong his life because of me being selfish and trying to keep him around. He wasn't eating. The thing in the back of his neck was actually getting larger. And it just got to the point where it's like, I'm sorry, buddy. Like... And it hurts, like, he's gone now. "16 years old. It sucks. So, that's the reason why I've been streaming extremely late at night, is because I am still at that point where I am dealing with shit, and me playing the game right now, I am trying to distract myself. So, yeah. Of course, it's still nighttime, so it's still kind of hard to see these jumps that I'm doing. No! Oh, about fell all the way off. That would have been bad. Some of these jumps, if you miss them, you're falling a lot. But yeah, I do want to thank you guys, like, thank you for just hanging out with me. Because, like, yeah, I'm struggling. Trying to get that lined up just right. Okay, we're good. Okay, good. We're up here. This is another spot you got to be a little bit careful with. You jump back up on the railing. Switch over to walk. Go very carefully around this post. And then very slowly jump down. Just tapping. There it goes. Switch out of walk mode. See, again, if you miss that jump, you're falling down quite a ways. Okay. Cool, and that was the hard part. Okay, so now we're up here. Go through this little gap over here. And that is how you get on top of the tower. Kaizen, no problem, dude. Yeah, go get... If you got dental work to do, get that fixed. Jaw pain is always annoying. But wait, there's more. This is not the final part of this tower. So, if it's your first time ever doing the tower, there is what is called a... there is a... sightseeing log that is on top of this location. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, I think this is the one that is here at the top of the tower, but you have to, one, get to the top of the tower. Kaizen, yeah, dude. The second one is, you see this little signpost, lamp post down here? You see these shingles on the roof? So, you go to this yellow thing, this gold thing. It's gold during the day. And you count 1, 2. And you want to line yourself up so you're able to run up and down those shingles. Okay? Now remember this gold thing. What you want to do is come all the way up to the top, pop sprint, run, but then jump when you're next to this and hold forward. And if you timed it just right, you can land on top of this. And there's another sightseeing log on top of this specific thing that you can then get. That's the hard one to get after climbing the entirety of the tower. But yeah. And that's how you climb Kagone Tower. All the way up there. With my bird mask. My character look up. What was I gonna do? Dawn Trail, let's see here. I do need to do a tank run, so I'm gonna switch over to my warrior. Put on my headpiece. And we are going to do a trust. So we're going to do a dungeon as a tank. And I need to get...
'Twould be a
Alphino,
pleasure as always.
Victory will be ours.
Right then.
and Estinian. Let's do this. So dungeons generally have 3 bosses each. So there's the 3 sections are essentially you're taking out trash mobs. And then at the end of each section there's a 2 mini bosses and then a major boss. Now, as a tank, my job is to get the aggro of all the bad guys and keep it focused on me. The healer will heal me. As you can see, these big orange things on the ground, you gotta dodge them. A lot of times, as a tank, you're trying to aim those things away from the rest of your party members. The bosses, the stuff on the ground is a lot more intricate as well. The hand wavium on how your character sees those orange lines is that your character sees a few seconds into the future. They see intent, what the enemy intends to do. And as an example, let's say this enemy intends to do an attack, and that's what that cone of orange is. That's like your character's superpower, and it is the hand wavium on how they're able to do what they can. Now, couple things for those that are new to my stream. You'll notice that I have an overlay on the side of the screen that shows you what keyboard keys I'm pressing. I'm one of those weird people that do not play with WASD. You'll notice that I'm running forward with R. I play with RDFG, those keys right there, because it lets me have the 3 key as my primary key, and it lets me hit other keys to do things, right? Lets my other fingers do stuff over here, whether it be tab or whatever. Because it is kind of difficult for me to bend my arm to the point where I can hit the control key, I actually have a foot pedal. And that foot pedal activates the control key. So instead of having to physically move my hand and stretch my pinky over to hit the control key, I use the foot pedal. And I also have 2 more foot pedals that essentially let me target 2 other characters. You can see if I bounce my feet back and forth. As a healer main, those 2 slots would normally be filled up with 2 tanks. It makes a lot more sense as a healer, but that's why I have those bound the way I do. Even my NPCs run out of that big circular area. They know something bad is happening. Okay, they go down. Go back to my single target attacks. target. The general rule of thumb is if there's 2 or more of enemies, use your AoEs. If it's only a single target stuff. So here's the first boss of this zone. Some kind of moth-looking thing. And every boss has a gimmick. So this boss's gimmick is essentially cryo-sleep. Meaning, those enemies are about to do something. And then those enemies afterwards. But they're going to freeze them, so they're going to be out of order. So the ones that were going to happen second are now going to happen first. And then you step into the safe area, and they unfreeze and then do what they want to do. So every boss kind of does this. They kind of explain the mechanics by showing you, and then they turn it up to 11. Same kind of deal. First ones are going to be frozen. Move into the safe zone. Same thing. All these things are going to go across. Don't want to get hit by the other things my party has. Healer's healing me. And this is where you take everything and put it together. So you look at where everything is going to be. Position yourself. He's going to freeze everything. The other side is going to be first. Then you go into the one safe spot. And see how those mechanics all got put together to do the big variation of it? The only time where the mechanics are not shown to you to begin with to do it is like the really difficult content. At that point, you're supposed to know what's going on. And that content is really difficult. You have to learn the entire choreography of the fight. Okay, first boss is done. Let's continue on. Now, if I was with a group of other players, I would be able to take these 3 and drag them up there and fight all the enemies at once because people would be doing their AoEs. Because I'm doing this with a group of AI NPCs, they're not as bright and they don't ever use AoE attacks. They only do single target, sadly. So it's kind of have to go a little bit slower because they're not monster DPS like players are. Sorry, I'm just double checking my Twitch stuff. Okay, back to single target. So, kind of position these guys so they're focused on me, and not my teammates. Trying to help the healer as much as I can by not standing in any of the bad stuff. Back to single target. So, storyline-wise, there's a reason why he knocked us back and continued on, taking out the place. We're not going over the story right now, because this is just mainly, I'm doing this to level up. And when you get to this point in the game, you will be able to understand everything, what's happening story-wise. Now, I am a little bit curious here. Who here still plays World of Warcraft? We'll check on making sure I'm actually getting all of the treasure chest here. If you had a melee class in your party, for example, Estinian is a dragoon. Dragoon is a melee class. If you're playing with other people, your job at the tank is to try to get the attention of everything and then pull it a certain way so they all look at you. So then those melee players can then do their positionals and not have to worry about the enemy turning around on them or anything weird like that. And here's the second boss. I literally did this dungeon yesterday, and I have gone completely blank on what this boss's gimmick was. We'll find out. Okay, so we all stand in the tower. Oh, here's the gimmick. That is the don't stand in that shit. Wait, no, do stand in it. Do stand in it. And then get the hell out of it. Because then it explodes. That's the gimmick. This is the don't stand in that. But then do stand in it. And then don't stand in it again. It's freaking intricate. Oh no, now we stand in it. That's what this one's gimmick was. Don't overlap each other. Well, we can overlap. Break that crystal, get them out. Don't look at them. Don't look at him again. So those eyes, when it comes to the middle, it's kind of like a thing of don't be looking at the enemy or you'll be petrified. So you'll notice that I literally put my weapon away and stand there looking away. Stand with Justinian. And get in the middle. Now it's all going to explode. And again, do you guys see how the mechanics are shown once, and then they add like something to it, so they make the mechanic a little bit more like you gotta dodge the crystals exploding, but you also get like the donuts on your characters. Donuts mean you have to stand together with somebody else to not have your donut interact with their donut, or for you to be standing in there, all that kind of stuff. And then they add more and more to it. The extremes in Savage are like that, but again, turned up to 11. I keep putting my feet up on the foot hammock. I need to be hitting the pedal. I accidentally hit the key that did a screenshot of my game. Everything froze for a moment. So, because it's RDFG, Control and G takes a screenshot. I should probably change that key at some point, I think. Of course, ads start in 4 minutes. Can we finish this dungeon? In 4 minutes? No, we can't. Let's go. No, we still have a few more trash mobs to take care of here. Did it again! I really... You know what? Paper's in the way. Hold on. Exit. There we go. Keep snapshotting. Damn screenshot program. Don't need that. Alright, I am going to snooze ads again, because I think, so ads are snoozed for 5 minutes, I think I can defeat the final boss in 5 minutes. Let's do it.
You are worthy to rule.
Okay, so this one, they put a thing down. It is blue. What does blue do? It is water. And it knocks me across the battlefield. So blue, water. This one is red, fire. What does this one do? Oh, it puts out grids that you gotta move into. Okay. So we now have blue and red.
I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Trying to keep those things from reaching them. Every one of these that you grab, you essentially have a damage multiplier for a period of time. I picked up 7 of them. But I am a tank. I'm going to use a thing to kind of mitigate damage. I can take it. The healer, for example, would normally get a lot less than me as the tank. This is a green knockback. Also spawns tornadoes. Let the tornadoes cross the field. Move out of the way. Get back up here because we're about to be knocked back. There we go. You see how all the mechanics come together as you progress in the fight? Now we're getting 2 different ones. Probably blue and red together. Yep, blue and red. So the wind's gonna be blowing this way. That hurt. But of course, my NPC healer is helping. It's my turn to help them. I'm using an ability called Shake It Off that helps me protect everyone behind me. Or, no, all of my party members, I should say. The general mitigate damage kind of thing. Justinian's doing his dragoon jumps. Justinian goes crazy with the big sword. Try to dodge the tornadoes. And there we go. Dungeon is completed. Oh, come on. I'm so close to level 95. Dang it. So very close. But here's the catch. Technically, they're not even level 94 yet, so I have to do that dungeon a few more times anyway. Oh well. Cool. And ads are about to begin in 1 minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just trigger the ads now, get them over and done with. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I will be back in a little bit. So let me actually get over to this town, trigger the ads. I'll be right back, guys. Ads will end in about 40 seconds. See, I don't know. I feel 3 minutes is a pretty decent break for me. Get up, move around, you know. Don't want to get a blood clot in my legs. Alright, let's flip my retainers. My retainers, I send them out for an hour and they come back with stuff. And I apologize, guys. Give me one moment. Oh, no, I don't know this. So, one of the things is, over the last few months, I've been trying to multi-stream. Stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I was trying to stream also to Facebook gaming, but initially when I tried to get onto Facebook gaming to stream, they're like, you have to have a business account for 90 days before you're allowed to stream on Facebook. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I made a business account and I set a thing in my phone that literally was like 90 days over, finish setting up the thing. And I go back to the Facebook gaming thing and they're like, yeah, now you need to have 100 followers too. And I'm like, this wasn't what it required previously. And my question is that if you want to stream video game stuff on Facebook, okay? Sorry. Random like hair or something on my tongue. Huh. If you want to stream on Facebook, if you're just starting off, how do you get 100 followers if you're not allowed to stream? Like, that's horrible for starting off, isn't it? So dumb. So, I will not be attempting to stream on the Facebook unless I can get people to go over there and follow me on it. And the problem is, not enough people are on Facebook, so I'm not even going to bother with it, to be honest. Alright, so flip my retainers. What did I get? Bunch of stuff. Who has the least things? You do. You are going to... That sells for 79,700. 70... What was that again? 797. 79699. $4,998. $4,997. $8,699. $8,698. Alamegan Salt Crystal. $868. $867. And now, hopefully, someone will buy it. Trust the green dye. Alright, cool. And then we can go and check and see if any of these are Something I can take apart, which, ooh, several of them are. One moment. Ah, shit. Hold on. Okay. So the clothing I've been picking up has been Zormor, and then you get head, chest, arms, legs, feet. Like different styles of things. There's pants. And you can sit there and take the pants, and you can dye them different colors. Do some metallics. Stuff like that. But then there's this piece. Zormor Poncho Offending. And this one has 2 dye channels, because it's one of the newer things. You can do some interesting color stuff with it. You can go super bright colors, or you can be super subdued. Theme it however you want. All gold or silver. But I'm going to desynthesize them because I need to upgrade my desynthesis skill, and I need it to be higher level for it to count. And I also got a achievement called My Big Break. Achievements. Or no. My Big Break was a daily, wasn't it? Or no, weekly. Wasn't an achievement. What was that? Not a collection. Huh. Challenge log? Maybe? Yeah, successfully desynthesized 5 items. It is Tuesday. It gives me experience, but I don't think it's gonna... Experience points may only be earned by crafting classes. Yeah, mine are all maxed out. I keep forgetting that the challenge log is even a thing. Completely forget that you can get a bunch of more experience by doing these. There's daily ones, and then I think there's weekly ones. Do 5 fates, 10 fates, and you get a bunch of experience. Hmm. 2,000 gil? I literally just sold shit for more than 2,000 gil. That's not going to help me at all. Alright, for those are all sold. Yuri, thank you very much for the resub, man. Hope you're doing well. And because it is Tuesday, the weekly reset has happened, so now I can do hunts again. So the first hunt is looking for a null in the Cathura Central Highlands. Let's accept. Let's see if we can go find one. I'm surviving. Same here, dude. I have not been well since Malcolm passed away, so like I've just been dealing. Alright, so we are looking for this creature. The Realm Reborn ones, it can be anywhere on the map. I should probably make this map small again, please. Yeah, he passed away last Thursday. It was one of those it happened suddenly things. Like, literally, within a week, he went from being absolutely fine to... had to put him down because his body was essentially shutting down. Cancer's a bitch. I'm sorry. Like, I've now lost my cat to cancer. I lost my grandfather in 2019 to cancer. Like, I had cancer. Like, fuck cancer. It's so fucking annoying. Trying to find this creature. Actually, now that I think about it, I can probably stay on Viper. Viper's level 94. Not like it's not going to be able to do damage. So they'll rip some things up. Maybe not as much damage as my Samurai, but it should be able to take care of a level 50 just fine. I'm not doing a fate. God, they made these zones in Realm Reborn. Some of them had a lot of little crevices and everything. Nothing there. You sense your mark to the northwest. There they are. And it's dead. Alright, on to the next location. If you're wondering why I'm doing these hunt marks drop the allied seals. And you use the allied seals to get aetheryte tickets, which makes it so you get free aetheryte travel, essentially. And I have my thing set where it uses the Ether 8 ticket if the trip would have cost over 700 gil. And that's how I save money. Because I teleport around a lot. Alright. Alceti. Accept. And I think this creature's somewhere around the edge. In Heaven's Ward and On, they didn't have it through the entire map. It's only half of the map. It's just finding what half. So, let's go around the edge now. I love how for this song, they were able to take the music from Nier Automata and combine it with Final Fantasy. I love that the chord progression from Final Fantasy, but then it goes right back into the Nier Raid stuff. So it's done so well. Watch it be that I picked the wrong section of the map. Maybe he is in the middle of the map. Finish going around the edge. Hey, Cricket. It might be in the middle of the map. Shit. Might have made a mistake. Start doing the middle area then. When I get close enough to it, it'll, in the text, it'll say something to the effect of, your mark is to the north, south, east, west. No, not him. Sensor mark to the west. Is that him right there? That is. He is in the middle. Alright, and last but not least, Railguard's Reach. I believe the snake lady only shows up on this side, on the upper part of the ridge, and then there's like a couple spots down here, but mainly over here. Actually, no, I take that back. No, I think she's only here. So it should be good to just check this one side. So several of these mounts, it's playing the music that plays during the boss fight that drops it. That is a spider-looking thing, but that's not what we're going after. Sensor mark to the north. There she is. And there we go. Easy enough. Hello, Cricket. Hey. See, again, that cat is not mine. She's like 7 years old. Didn't ever grow up with me. Not used to how much I hold my cats and everything. She's still very skittish. Come here. Pretend that I'm pouring food out for her. So she sees that. Come on up here, buddy. I'm waiting for the other cat to run down the steps, thinking that I'm dumping more food out. It's 11 p.m. Eorzea time, which means we're going to be in nighttime for a bit. And materia extraction. Kill a Clown, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you are doing well today. I am just slowly doing some leveling on a bunch of stuff today myself. I've got, I made myself a little guide to kind of follow to try to, level up my Dawn Trail Trust. So, using that, trying to level up each set of the Dawn Trail NPCs without having to run them multiple times. Like, I put together a little... Give me a sec. Let me see if I can get this up on screen real quick. Yeah, I've been awake for a while, too. Now, I apologize. You're about to get a whole flashbang in your face with how bright this is, but you get an idea of what I've been doing. So, what I did is I just put together a thing. This is a list of all their names in the thing. Well, yeah. This is a list of all my NPCs that I'm training, and my goal is to train them evenly in the combinations. So, for example, if you're a DPS, that means that you have Alphino, who's a healer, Graha, which is multi-role, he's playing a tank, and then Kryl, another DPS. So it's 2 DPS, you and Kryl, and you go through it, right? Then the next row, you do it again, except now it's you and Alice, another DPS, and then Thancred and Urianjay are doing tank and healer, right? And I just try to set it up. You do essentially 4 DPS, 4 times as tank. You don't do it as a healer, because healer's extremely easy to just go in and do the dungeons regularly with people. Get those over and knocked out. Like, I'm a healer main, so I enjoy doing healing, so I don't do the healing in this part of the thing. But I put together this deal where every NPC goes through it 3 times. So if you do this pattern in this combination, you will level up everyone evenly. Have a love-hate relationship with Alphino? Yeah, a lot of, like, I have a friend of mine who I have been trying to get them to play Final Fantasy XIV. The game has not gotten to the point where they're incredibly hooked on it. I'm still trying to get them to that point. But because I'm running New Game Plus with them, we're still currently in a Realm Reborn. And if you remember how snobby and bratty he was back in a Realm Reborn days, oh my god. Going back through it in New Game Plus, you're like, oh god, I forgot he was this bad. Right? Like, he's made some mistakes. He's made some mistakes. People have died. People have gotten hurt because of some of the mistakes he made. But he's also learned from them. And you definitely see his character progression over the expansions for sure. And Twisted Harlock, hope you're doing well today. This morning. Almost 5 a.m. for me. But yeah, I put together that spreadsheet to try to make it easier for me to try to do the dungeons without doing it too much, if that makes sense. Do only what I need to do and not have to double back and re-level or run the route again because I did something out of order, you know? Yeah, the game of circles, exactly. I was like, can I fall off this cliff? Yes, yes you can. I'm not in combat, so I only go down to 1 HP, but you can still fall off cliffs. Forgot about that. Didn't think that was going to happen, but whatever. So yeah, the last run I did was a tank run. So my next run will be doing it with a DPS. Yeah. Okay. So, let's see here. The lower deck of circles? Are you talking about Limsa Laminsa? Or... I mean, I guess it is circles. It's not all circles. There's squares. It's squares and circles. And then some battlefields. I've had some battlefields that turn into 2 rectangles. I've had some battlefields that turn into 3 circles with lines between them. I don't know if there's a specific name for that shape. Still has a hole in the middle. I've seen some battlefields that turn into donuts with a hole in the middle. That if I happen to see a certain member of my free company, we are required by law, if you are a healer, to get on the other side of the hole and drag them through the hole so they fall to their death. And then raise them immediately afterwards. A donut is a fucking circle. No, it's not. It's not. It's missing a piece. It's missing a piece. It's 2 circles. But in area-wise, it's not a full circle. It's missing a bit in the middle. I think the dungeon I was just doing, the first battlefield's a circle, the second battlefield's a circle, and the third battlefield's a square. Yeah. It's big circle propaganda. Right? It's gotta watch out for those big circleists. Oh, God. What did I just do? I didn't click on that. And of course, you can go to the moon and the people still claim Eorzea's flat. Doesn't look flat to me. Oh, I forgot what the music here sounded like. Usually in combat in this location. Yeah, Dawn Trail really... The changes they made to the shadows keep their shadow much further away. I love the fact that it's literally canon that the... Oh, I've gone completely blank. What was the name of the advanced race? They got a ship to the moon. The Alligans. They literally got a ship to the moon. Crazy. music here is so good. I'm going to go back to that one zone because we need to wait until it's daylight where we can actually hear the music I... Like, the Azim Steppe, the place we're going to right now, during daytime, it has, to me, one of the best harmonizing songs in the game. So the music playing right now is the in-town music. We're going to go outside, and we're going to wait for daytime. Nighttime, it's nice and calm. Got the piano playing. Theme here is still good. I do not remember the title of the daytime thing. Otherwise, I'd go... I don't know if my... It's 3 in the morning a.m. Okay, I'm going to try something. I have no idea if I actually have the song in my orchestration rolls or not. We'll have to go find out. The Drowning Winch. Go into my in-room. Locales. No. No. No problem, dude. Thanks for dropping in. Okay, so the daytime music is called Drowning in what? Drowning in something, which... Drowning in the Horizon? This is it. I apologize. I forgot that the orchestration roll, the music comes from it, so it's not like filling the headphones. One moment. Let me do this. Sounds so much better when you're able to actually crank it up. This is like one of my favorite musics in the game. trying to find another song thing to let you guys listen to. Okay, I'm gonna stop that for a moment. So, in Shadowbringers, the boss music was this. Which is good boss music. Like, you're fighting a boss. It's a good song. So the reason why I played that, and now I gotta mute the in-game music for a moment. The reason why I played that is, did you guys know that every now and then, Square Enix put out OSTs, but in this case, they put out something recently called Pulse Remix Album Volume 2, and it includes this version of that song. Essentially a remix version of the song we just played. And it works so well. Right? I'm gonna have to see if there's some way for me to try to get that version of the song as something you can actually listen to in the game. That'd be nice. Complete in 16 minutes. All right. Let's see. I think someone behind me is, yep, desynthesizing stuff. I think what I'm going to try to do, we're going to do one more run of this dungeon again, except this time as a Viper. So that means Alphino again, but Graha as our tank, and Kryl as our other DPS. Let's go. God, the music in these games is just great. This is one of the coolest dungeons too, because like it starts off so dark, and then just the entire environment changes. I like the way they do that. You can see how me playing as a DPS, I'm doing a lot more damage than I was when I was doing a tank. Okay, I think I need to actually tweak my HUD too. One moment. We're gonna take this, move it over slightly, because I didn't even realize that timer was there. The other thing I need to do is my Viper sight. Let's take that and bump it up to 200% in size. 160. Move it down slightly. save. See if that makes it a little bit easier to identify.
You cannot stop us!
Much faster. Got a new hat.
Hold still. Hold still.
Probably fighting these on the steps is not the best decision, though.
We mustn't hold back.
And Cybo, appreciate that, dude. Thank you very much, man. I'm not the best at this class, but I'm decent for now, I guess. So you see me make a bunch of little corrections as well. Trying to position myself around the boss. See, we all gather together here. And of course, now the ads play. Of course, now the ads. It's so annoying. No! Ooh, we both got stacked on top of each other. That about hurt. I had to pop my personal heal so I did not die there. Look away. Look away. Ah, shit. Ow, that hurt. That hurt a lot. That was about a really bad mistake there. I mean, if you die, you just start over at the beginning of the dungeon. Every enemy you've killed up to that point won't be there, so you can just run back and try the boss a second time, but it's just annoying to have to go back.
Hold still.
Okay, I'm actually going to try to make a small edit here. Hold on. I have Twin Fang and Twin Blood. Twin Fang and Twin Blood. Okay, I'm just trying to visualize the pattern in my head of how I'm going to do this. Try to make... Instead of having to click way over here, which is button 8 and 9, it gives me buttons right underneath my thumb on my mouse. See if that works better. I'm keeping them in both locations for now until I can develop the muscle memory to hit the mouse ones more regularly. See, just like that. Yeah, it's just, I've got to try to get used to the muscle memory, because I've been clicking with my mouse to do these two, and now trying to... Do be aware, if you're just getting into this game, your combat won't be anywhere near as flashy as this. Things will be a little bit slower because of just the way the game works. But as you progress, more and more things will be introduced to you, and you will get more and more flashy, of course. Final boss again. Now, I just used something called knockback mitigation. That entire thing that pushed everybody across the battlefield, I skipped it that time. It will likely rotate around where I have to do it next time, but...
I will take the measure of your resolve. strength of the mountain be mine! Record the cruelty of a merciless swords.
P-Town, hope you're doing well. Ah, getting bumped. Trying to work on leveling. What is it called? My trust. My NPC characters. I mean, 26 minutes to do a trust run is not that bad. Not that bad at all. Alright, so let's knock that out. But yeah, just slowly getting them leveled up. None of them are 94 yet. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm getting everyone in the right order. Yeah, Estinian and Yashtola have not ran this loop yet. So they've got 6.6 million experience. Rahan Kryl, 13.4, 13 point... Yeah, so yeah, they've done a loop. What is that stuff? You talking about this? This is the... Okay, so... when you get to the Shadowbringers expansion, you will unlock something called Trusts, okay? Prior to Trust, you have something called... Now I gotta find it. Duty Support, okay? So... Turn the music off for a moment. Okay, so Duty Support is essentially a thing where you can essentially... play the majority of the game with NPCs. Like, you don't have to play with other people. Like, you can do all the main dungeons with just NPCs. Now, not all of them. Apparently, they're still working on stuff. But you can go through the dungeon with these NPC characters. When you reach Shadowbringers, they introduce this new thing called a trust system. And the trust it's essentially the same as duty support, except you have to level the characters up. They all start at level 70, and you do a couple runs and they'll gain a level, essentially. So you just have to do multiple runs through the dungeons, starting in Shadowbringers, and level them from 70 all the way up through 80, doing all those things. Get into Endwalker, do all those dungeons, and now, for me, I'm in Dawn Trail, and I'm currently working on the second dungeon. So, they have so far gotten up to level 93, and I built myself a spreadsheet to try to optimize how much experience they get. Which, let me show this again. It's always spreadsheets. But I made a spreadsheet, and we just did that run, and I tried to color code things. I was doing DPS. Graha is the multi-role character. He was running as a tank. I had Alphino and Kryl, and boom. Put a little check mark there. That one's done. I now move on to the next one. Run these 3. And I just do this order. Run whatever's in this as my role that I pick. And it just lets me optimize how much experience I'm getting to all the other NPCs. So I don't have to go back and do an extra run or 2 to try to level somebody up. So, it's just, it's min-maxing, making sure that I get all the experience going to the proper people kind of thing. But the interesting thing is that every time that you hit, like, because they start at level 71, when you hit level 80, it essentially unlocks new outfits. So, Alphino, as an example, that he's got his older outfit. He's got his newer outfit. He's got a winter outfit. And then the third one, I think you get them all essentially in beachwear. Like shorts, bikini. I think he still wears a type of robe, just Hawaiian shirt, I think. But yeah, you get to, it's essentially, because the Dawn Trail expansion is supposed to be them taking a vacation. That's like your reward for getting them all to 100, all to level 100. But again, got a ways to go. I think I have to do that one again, just with a different group of people. But I've been trying to just bounce around and do different things. Like, if I'm just doing the dungeon over and over again, you get really bored really fast. So I've been just trying to... I do a dungeon run, and then I go do something else for a little bit. Probably need... Trying to think. Have the dailies reset? No, dailies have not reset, so I better go do that quick. Let's go do... Double check and make sure if I did or have not done the dailies yet. I have not done my dailies here. So let's get, let's change over to Ninja. Pick up these 3. Of course, I don't have music. Complete those. Yep. The two primary things you should be doing, like, okay. What level are you? Is what I should ask first. $94. Okay. So yeah, you're along in Dondrel. Okay. Yeah, MSQ is the major thing, yes. Sorry, I have to ask because we've actually had some people in here that have never played the game. They actually got the free trial and they're probably playing it right now. But I wanted to make sure because, like, for newer players, I'm always talking about make sure you do your MSQ. But, for example, hold this up real quick. I've got to find it. When you get this little thing here, do your class quest. I haven't done my summoner class quest. Started like 3 months ago. Nice. I have not done my summoner class quest at all. The last 48 hours I've been learning how to play Pictomancer as well, which I'm actually finding to be a very fun class. I had to sit down and actually read all the things to really understand what it was doing, though. And then once I understood, it's like, oh, this is going to be a fun class. I still enjoy Black Mage, but Black Mage is a lot more stand still and kill everything, but Pictomancer just unleashes damage. Okay, I had picked Ninja. Let's teleport down here. My bird out. Oh crap, I haven't played Ninja in a minute. Okay. I started the fight and I realized, oh shit, I literally have not played Ninja in months. And had to, like, think for a moment of what the ninjutsu combos were again. Get the guide some food. Teleport back over here. Oh, shoot. Time?
536.
Yeah, it is currently early in the morning. I've been up all night again. And now, time to turn these 3 quests in. Should get a big chunk of experience. Maybe a level? Yes! That's the key, is getting them at least to level 91. So you know they can do dungeons. That'd be nice. Alright, cool. Let's go off to Heaven's Ward. Got some stuff to do there. Ooh. Apparently I didn't upgrade all my gear on it. Whoops. Do that again. Pick these up. Okay. Oh, you got all 3 here to talk to. Now, the reason why I'm just skipping through the dialogue so fast is because I have done... Like, these are daily repeatable missions, and I have read that dialogue so many times, I don't need to do it again. I'm just speeding through it. Hey, Muppet. They have a fate running on the place. I need to do a mission. Oh, here it is. Let's see, I'm freaking level 91 in a level 60 area. Let's go up north. Says it's above me. Now it says it's below me. Must be on this platform here. One hit, dead. there's that done. Last area down here. A bone to pick. Survey designated spot and slay Dommels for something or other. Oh, I forgot how much I enjoyed playing Ninja. Ninja's, again, one of those jobs that it's just so satisfying to play once you learn its intricacies of ninjutsu and everything. Okay. And exchange the tendons at Camp Cloud Top. Where? Oh, up this way. Okay. Alright. Teleport over here. And, sorry, you might see me do that from time to time. I'll grab the camera and I'll do this. I'll wiggle the view back and forth. When I'm doing that, I'm looking at my cone that moves on the map. Right? And I do that wiggle to see which way my camera's facing, and I turn it to put that cone facing wherever I'm going, so then when I push up at that point, I'll be flying towards whatever. So you'll see me do that kind of wiggle from time to time. Turn all these in. We're not going to get much experience because this is such a low-level set of beast tribes. But it does unlock more stuff so I can get some special glamours and a new mount. Reputation. We are currently respected. So I think I might have to do 1-2 more days, and then I'll be level 6. You get the mount at level 7, so still have to do it a few more times. But once I get the mount, that's essentially the end of that, and then I can start working on the Vath and the Mughals. Voth and the Mughals. I think it might be pronounced Voth. But the Mughals, I just unlocked them. I haven't even done anything on them yet. I still need to do Stormblood, too. Shit. I had forgotten I had gotten up to level 6 with the Kojin. I can do Kojin today. Hold on. Stormblood. Ruby C. Tamazu. Go do those real quick. Fun fact, ninjas, if you have your weapons out, you move faster than everybody else. Ninjas have some passive buff that as long as their weapons are out there, they go faster. Alright, so where are we going? There's one up north, or two up north. Give them some pickles. And the lost Kojin is out here in the water somewhere. So let's go down. Alright, so supposed to say Takami in local chat. I just copy and paste. And then they now showed up. Where'd they go now? Says they're down. Says they're up. Where are they? Frickin' where are they? Looking for a damn turtle. So they're at this level. The problem is, where at this level? There he is. Okay. He was lost. He's going home now. This next part... yeah, it's way the hell down there. So I'm gonna go back to town. A little bit of a shortcut here. And use the Aetherite to go out the gate. The ruby price. And then hop back on the mountain again. And that places me at the bottom of the map. Lure out Vercocious Gasami with oyster meat at Hell's Lid and slay them for the red-hot carapace. Okay. I don't know. This motorcycle, it's essentially, it's a tractor. It's a tractor motorcycle. That used to actually be a lot more common, apparently, in the 40s and 50s. But it's kind of cool to kind of see something like that. Sounds like mining shit from Elite Dangerous, yeah. Alright. One down. Do some ninjutsu here. One hit kill. Oh, wait. Another one. And they're dead. Okay. So, oh, fun fact. I don't know if this is something, if you all know about this or not. Let's say you're having difficulty trying to click on an Aetherite, okay? I can't click on that Aetherite because all this shit is in the way. If you press and hold Control, it brings the Aetherite to the front so you can actually click on it. So, little tip there if you don't know about that. All right. Also, I love how many little Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle references they squeeze in with the Kojin. You might forget it in 5 minutes, but I guarantee you, since we're discussing it, one day you'll be sitting there and going, God, it's so difficult finding that Aetherite to click on. And you'll be like, oh God, that's right. Malik said if you hold Control, it shows up. And then you'll do it, and then you'll want it, you'll use it all the time. That's what'll happen. The moment you use it and you're like, oh, this is amazing, like, it'll stick. Do you know what your job is now, though? Your job is that when that does happen, make sure to come back and let me know. So I know it worked. Oh. All right. So the Kojin. Oh, we got to do one more daily thing, and Kojin will be level 7. Nice. Level 8 is when you're Bloodsworn and maxed out, but level 7 lets me get their mount. And their mount is this thing. The Manta Ray. That'll be a nice mount. Alright, what to do next? So, my current daily allowances are done. I've done 12 of those, so those are done. My nine retainers have done their hour-long thing. We gotta go back and flip the retainers again. All right. Now, this is another little stupid thing, but when you see it, it makes a lot more sense, okay? So check this, okay? When you open up your retainer screen, and they've got this view venture report complete, right? I'm lifting my mouse literally off the table so you can see this. Notice I did not have to move the mouse at all. I just clicked 3 times rapid fire, right? What I did was I found out that when you open up that venture report, okay, the word venture, I put my mouse over the word venture and I click. And then I move this window until the button I need to click was right where that venture word was, right? And then the assign button was right there too. So I arranged my windows in a way where I can just rapid fire click to flip my retainers that little bit faster. Little optimizations, right? Ah, see? And I've already screwed something up. Venture report. Reassign. Assign. There we go. Helps to click the right word in venture. But Use caution with lazy people, because they will find the shortcuts. I'm always trying to, like, optimize shit, right? Last retainer. It's little stupid stuff, but it adds up. Especially when you're having to flip 9 frickin' retainers. Alright, we have a venture coffer. Oh, I got a new card. Nice. Cool. And now we go right back in here. Who has the least amount of things? You do. And now I sell what I can. This sells for 1,000 gil. Okay, so 999. Neo Ishgardian Top of Healing. This is selling for 100,000 gil. I see why people... It's a nice outfit. Search for item. I don't have that one as a glam. But then again, my glams, I'm not going super frilly. It's one of the few dresses that actually shows off my tattoo, though. Dye preview. Is the dye bad? No, the dye is actually pretty decent. Huh. I mean, it dyes the right part. It sucks that it's one big massive color. There's no trim colors or anything. I'm gonna sell it. Made one of the wolf girls. I named her Bare Teeth. Nice. Very cool. Let's sell that one. It's currently selling for 100,000 gil. So 99999. There we go. This ring is currently selling for 37,294. 37,293. Growth formula 900. 899. Air Bright Coolant. Currently selling for 1204. 1203. Cool. And then entrust items, entrust duplicates. This retainer is the one that holds all my different pots of color. Kivu, my second retainer, is the one that holds all my materia. So there's those two. And now the next thing I gotta do is open up my desynthesis screen and desynthesize everything that's currently red or yellow. Are you using the Scala that has the fairy? What do you... Clarify what you mean by Tinkerbell. Oh. Rat the Ripper, hope you're doing well. Scholar. There we go. So this is my Scholar. And that's my fairy. Made a... Oh, you made a... Okay. You made a Lalafell and named her Tinkerbell. Okay. Now, if you progress through the game, you can get fashion accessories. Get your own wings. So that is an option. There's a couple different sets. In overworld content, you can actually keep the wings on while doing combat. However, in dungeons, you have to take them off, which kind of sucks, in my opinion. No, as you progress through the game, you'll get stuff. Like, a lot of the fashion accessories come later in. Like, you get stuff like this. Like a traveler's backpack. And you can also do, like, an umbrella. Which then you can dance. Right? You'll get it. Like, it's just, as you progress through the game, you'll get the currencies that will unlock a lot of this stuff. Now, myself personally, if you buy Dawn Trail, which expansion does it exclude? I thought that if you buy Dawn Trail, you get everything that came before it. But let me double check and confirm that. Final Fantasy 14. If I buy Dawn Trail, what X packs does it include? Yes, Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail includes all prior expansions with the purchase Endwalker, Shadowbringers, Stormblood, and Heavensward. A Realm Reborn or the Starter Edition must be purchased and registered separately before Dawn Trail can be registered, though. So buying Dawn Trail is just the expansion. You still have to buy the base game. So there is that. Because it's something with the way that they have their things set up. Like, I swear, Square Enix's... And again, so, Cybo, again, play the free trial. Like, you're not really missing out on much. Play the free trial, get through all of A Realm Reborn before you just, like, get through all of A Realm Reborn. Hell, you can still play Heavensward, you can still play Stormblood, right? Just understand, the moment you buy the game, you have to pay a monthly fee. Okay? If you do the free trial, you can do the base game, Heavensward expansion, Stormblood expansion, completely free. No monthly fee, completely free. You're just limited in some things you can do. You can't make parties with other people. You can't join a guild, a free company. There's some limitations, but you can see if you actually enjoy the game. And my understanding is that, let's say you get all the way up to level 70. You've maxed out your character on the free trial. Hell, you go through and you level up every class you can to level 70, right? You then buy the base game and then buy the expansion, and you can continue your character, right? Because you're still using the same email address, right? You just convert it from a free account to a paid for account, right? That's the big thing. Is like, I just want to caution you, because if you get into the game and you're like, oh, monthly fee, and then you get to the point where you're part way through A Realm Reborn and you kind of stop. Well, if that monthly fee is still ticking along and you're just not playing it, that's the thing, and then you end up canceling it and then you don't play it ever. If you take advantage of the free one, oh, I got some time today, let me jump in, do a couple quests. You don't have to do a whole bunch. I mean, there are points in the storyline where the game will literally warn you, you are about to watch a lot of cutscenes in a row. Set aside some time to watch it, right? But yeah, doing the free trial. Again, if you've never played the game before, the free trial is excellent for getting into initially. And again, don't have to pay a cent. Put the umbrella down. Don't need that. Now, one thing that is a little bit annoying is that I really wish, because I play as a white mage, I so wish I was able to run around dungeons with my damn angel wings. Because this is what you expect the white mage to look like, right? Got the angel wings going on. All this stuff. That's what a white mage should look like. But sadly, I can't run around the damn wings in the dungeon. I wish I could. Of course, I can go the completely other way and go Pictomancer and instead put, like, devil wings on or something. There you go. I'm gonna graffiti on everything with the paintbrush. Oh, I forgot. I forgot I put those ears on her. Oh, I thought I had put horns. No, I put ears in the glam. Oh, that's funny. I have some horn glams as well. Get rid of the wings. Oh, there was... Several months ago, I was doing a dungeon. And the game... Wait, when the... No, take the damn backpack off. I went into a dungeon. And it was me. So my character is a Makote. Essentially, it's cat girl, right? But the game has the Vera, which are the rabbit, the bunny people. You have the Hrothgar, which are like the furry cat people. You have the Alra, which are like the dragon lizard people. You have the Ragoyans, which, like, they're the big Hulk-looking dudes. And oh my god, like the women are like tall as shit, right? Like you don't see, like, Ragoyan women players are like ultra rare, right? And yeah, you have Lalafels. Here's a Lalafel right here. But like male Makote, male Aura. I'm probably mispronouncing that. But yeah, like this, for example, is a female Ragoyan. Like, they don't... Not many players play them. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Bolo's one of them. And it's like, it's cool to see players play them because they're so damn rare. This guy right here, he's wearing the fish head, but that's a Hrothgar male. Again, there's a Vera. Here's an Elizen, essentially your elves. I can't tell what race that is because of the hat. There's another Makote there. Another Vera. Alra. Vera. Lalafell. Like... And a human. Like, even the humans are rare. Holy shit. Got a Makote, Aura. Again. Like, we haven't even... Another human. Like, again, like, they are extremely rare, it seems. And, of course, now we have the ads playing. Boo and stuff. Sorry, I'm just checking my free company's chest. We are tab 1. People that don't have these minions, we just... They drop so often that people that don't have them, they can grab them. Just checking to see if there's anything in there that I didn't have. No. I'm trying to remember. Can you cross-play between Xbox and PC? Or if you were to make if you got the game on PC, did you have to make another account? I can't remember if Final Fantasy XIV allows crossplay or not. Of course, I've got the internet here. I can ask it. Yeah, it's supposed to be crossplay. That being said, if you buy it on Xbox and then you decide you want to play it on PC later, you still have to buy a copy of the game, sadly. Because it still should be connected through your email address. Yeah, I do know Steam and non-Steam are separate, yeah. That is an annoying thing. But once you get the account, that's the thing. Is like I bought the game way before it ever came out on Steam. So that's the account that I've always used. And I tried to buy it on Steam one time, and then it's like, "Oh, this is now connected to your Steam account." And it was a completely separate thing, and I'm just like, whatever. Never touch that again, and I have only used a standalone launcher since because of that. And then the newest expansion, they actually added the female Hrothgar models, which you can see some of them in this town. Maybe. Catch now is finding one. Human male. Layer. Hey, Muppet. Yeah, so you have the male Hrothgar still. Female Hrothgar thinner, but still big. The problem now is finding one. Let's run. Slide on my paint. Do we not have any female Hrothgar anywhere in the vendor area? No, it's all male Hrothgar. The hell? That's an Elysian. That's a Makote. How? Oh, there's one. I was like, I'm like, I know there's got to be one around here. But yeah, you can see between the male Hrothgar, they're like a lot more bulky, while the females are a lot more lithe. I don't know how to pronounce it. Lithe. But they're definitely less bulky. They don't have Hulk hands, essentially. And also, this city is the first city to... They redid all the way that materials are done and everything. Like, this city looks amazing. Especially since it's raining right now and you get the shine off of all the stone. It just looks so good. Which, this city also has a jump puzzle. Did you all know that? I'm too far away from the aetheryte. I'm lazy. There is a jump puzzle over here. So let's go do another jump puzzle. Mom, thank you very much for the resub. Hope you're doing well today. I'm going the wrong freaking way. Can't go that way either. Oh wait, no, I'm getting all sorts of confused. This is not where the jump puzzle is. I think it's that tower right there. See if I can get over there. It's bad because, like, now, if my mom's in the stream, then that means that she's woken up to go to work. Which means for me it's 6:20 in the morning. And that means I've been awake all night long. I'm an idiot. This is not the jump puzzle. That's the tower. The big tower over there. I am going all the wrong ways. Do this again. Back to the aetheryte. Maybe third time's the charm. Okay, let's try this again. Go back to that point. We're going there. Now we just gotta get up there. Day is done. Nice. I could have just ran from over for where the aetheryte was. Damn it. I just love it. Everyone's just like, hey, Malik's mom. Is this the right way? I think I'm lost again. Nope, I know where I'm going. And I did it again. Just go back to the 3. Fourth time the charm. Because now I can go up here. I keep forgetting that that place up there even exists. Okay, there's the tower. Let's do this. Use all my movement tech. Get over there a little bit faster. Switch over to Ninja. And lastly, Reaper. Just try to get there a little bit faster. Okay. Here we go. And let's please go back to... And Mom, take care. Thanks again for dropping in. Oh, just that crunch sound. Yeah, this one does have multiple ways of getting up. But... Ooh. Can't even see that damn jump. Ooh, that was about close. I just realized I have not done... There's new, hold on. There are new sightseeing locations. No! Some of these jumps, you have to like, I'm doing like this pattern where it's like move jump or move jump. Like it's you really got to learn the how quickly you do it. Never realized that was Malik's mom. Just figured mom was a shortened version of the name. No, I'm like, my mom grew up in Minnesota, so MN. Minnesota, mom of 4. I'm the oldest of 4 children. That's the name my mom picked when she made a Twitch account. So, yeah, kind of funny. And there we are. We're at the top of the building. Which, this is... Oh my god. See, now we gotta wait for it to clear out. Because this is one of the coolest... It's essentially this giant freaking waterfall. And this giant void between the two parts of the continent. Join Mateus? Very cool. That is a ways down. I don't... Let me double check. Make sure that we've actually got... I don't see any point up here. My mom had 6 kids, they all sucked but me, right? Female Wolvie, nice. Very cool. Alright, so now we're gonna reduce our hit points to 1 by jumping off of this. The game has fall damage, but it'll only ever reduce you down to 1. The only way you will die from fall damage is that if you're actively in combat. So just be aware of that. But yeah, we just climbed that tower there. Pugilist, very cool. Pugilist means that you are in Ulda. And the cool thing, too, is the Pugilist Guild is literally right there across from the Aetherite. So I should hopefully see you in here in a moment. I know that you're probably out in the main world doing the intro quest, so... Oh, man. Ooh. Ooh, there goes my neck. As a little side thing, the last several months, I have been having extreme neck pain. And trying to sleep and going to lay down at like 9 p.m. and sitting there in bed and watching the sun come up. Like, I just could not sleep, right? The Veterans Administration, they got me an appointment with a massage therapist. And they came in and they did this... They did stuff to my neck. And a lot of the stiffness went away. Sorry. God. The crazy thing now is if I go and decide, oh, I'm going to sleep now, I will lay my head down and I will legit fall asleep within 10-15 minutes. Like, I struggle to stay awake now the moment my head hits that pillow. It's great. I'm not staring at the ceiling for 10 hours at a time. And that's another thing, too. My monk. I need to change my monk's glam. Actually, you know what? Let's build a new glam. I need to... My monk, I have been using a glam that made him look like Tifa. Is this you? Level 2. Level 2. I see you. There you go. I'm guessing that's you. Nice. Very cool. But yeah, for those that are new to the game, another thing I do want to stress is that as you progress through the game, okay, you will have this. Hold on. I'm going to make this really big so it stands out, okay? You're going to have this thing, okay? This is essentially the thing. You can click it and it will show you where your next MSQ is. Give me one moment. Okay, but yeah, here's the big thing. This big thing right here, if you happen to have something that has small text underneath it like that, that small text underneath means that you have a class quest to do. Okay? As a new player, do the class quest first before you continue on with the MSQ. And the reason why I say that is because the class quests, especially early on in the game, actually unlock abilities. And a lot of times those abilities are very useful from that level on, right? You're going to get a new class quest at level 5, level 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, all the way up to level 50, right? Every 5 levels, new class quest. Do them. Do not miss out on doing those. Very important. Now again, understand that my UI is drastically different than default. In fact, here, watch this. Hold on. I'm slightly worried if I click default all, it'll reset everything. Shit. Oh, cancel. Damn it. So yeah, it's called the scenario guide. I think by default, it's over here somewhere. But I have kind of just put it up in the corner up here. And also do be aware that if you're having trouble positioning it, once you get it in an area, you can then use your arrow keys to tweak and do precision pixel by pixel to to move it somewhere, right? If you really wanted to. So do be aware of that too. But as you can see, mine is relatively out of the way. I can click it when it needs to. I can click on that and I get where the next class quest is for this job. But, yeah. So just something to think about. Give me 1 second, guys. One moment. Okay. Now I've got to find you again. Oh, where's my chat window? It's moved. Oh, I've already lost you again. Shit. I have no idea where you went to. Try this. Hold on. See if I can locate you. You are currently in Central Thanalan. Okay. I know where that is. Central Thanalan. Now the catch is trying to locate you on the map. Gate of Nald. Sure. There you are. Come here. Come here. Come. Damn it. Now, do be aware, this free company is not, like, I belong to the free company. It's not my free company. Like, it's ran by somebody else, so just be aware of that. But there's a lot of really good people. When you log out and back on, you will get the message of the day of the free company, and it should have a link to the Discord and everything if you want to join that. All that kind of stuff, so. Alright, let's see. I'm going to head over to Limsa. Alright. Oh, shoot. I'm just trying to... I've been streaming for, like... We're coming up on 6 hours right now. And I'm just at that, like, again, guys, like, I am, since my cat passed away, I am struggling hard with that. You are probably going to see me be playing a lot of this over the next few weeks. Maybe jump into doing Flight Sim again at some point. Mr. Bolo, yeah, Malcolm passed away last Thursday. That's one of the reasons why I haven't been streaming. He was good one day, and then the next, he was having internal bleeding, and the vet believes that a tumor ruptured, and yeah, it got to the point where he hadn't eaten in almost a week, and again, like, I'm gonna start crying again. It was selfish for me to try to hold on to him when he was hurting. So, yeah. As I said, I have not been doing well, and I'm playing this game to kind of distract myself. So, yeah, it's one of those things. It sucks. It's one of the worst things I've ever had to do in my life. And the other cats that I have in the house right now, they're not my cats. So, I think one of them is 8 years old. Another one is 6. They're not my cat, so they never were used to the way that I handle cats. So they are very skittish, and they will come down here, they will get food, they might allow to be pet, and then they leave, right? Speaking with my grandmother, she recommends that if I decide to get a cat again for myself, that I should get 2. So, shut the door, don't allow the other cats down here, and get the 2 kittens or something used to me, and get them to the point where they're okay with sitting here and on my desk and on my lap and all that kind of thing, and they're okay with being touched, and get them used to their paws being touched so you can trim their nails nicely like Malcolm allowed us to do. So, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. What happened? Malcolm passed away last Thursday. Again, like, I've been playing the game. I've just been trying to distract myself. It's last couple weeks has just been shit. I miss him so much. And the thing is, too, how old was he? Here, maybe 14. He was 16. 16 years. "16 years, 3 months. So many pictures, he's looking at me like that. This was shortly after I had gotten that couch. So he was sitting on the couch staring at me. Again, guys, I am going to be struggling with this for a little bit, so just be expecting a lot of me playing Final Fantasy and other stuff for a time. I have a lot of other photos. I put it in the Discord. But yeah. It's, again, like I said, I am going to be struggling with this for a bit, and yeah. Various Tippler, when the stream ends and I, like, literally, for the last 2 years, I shit you not, he's sitting right here. I stopped my games. Stream's not running. He's deaf, so he can't hear anything. Even though he was deaf, I still talk to him all the time. Right? But I would look at him, and I would look at him, and I would tilt my head to the side, and put my hands like this, and say, "It's time for night-night." And he would look up at me, and about 5% of the time, he would get up and move on his own. The other 95% of the time, he would sit there and stare at you. And wait. Because he knew that I was about to turn all the screens off. He knew that I was about to turn all the lights off. And he was like, my human's just going to pick me up and take me upstairs so I don't have to walk. Because I'm 16 years old. I'm tired. I don't want to do that. And he would sit there with his feet and everything out to the side. And I would do that scoop and pick him up where he didn't have to move at all. And would take him upstairs, go to the bed, and just do this kind of thing, and he would flop onto the bed every night. And he would sit there, go use the bathroom, get ready for bed, all that kind of stuff, get into bed, and he would just be there next to my head. And he would wait until I'm down, then he would get up and adjust himself, and then just flop against me every night. And now I don't have that. I go to sleep. There's no cat in the bed anymore. And it sucks. Cyberdommy, that clip that I made, the one where it was my very first time doing VR again at this house. And yeah, when I let my mom know that my cat had passed away, she referenced that same exact video. It is. Like, I mean, the thing is, too, is, like, because I keep the door to the basement shut when I'm not down here, because I just don't want the cats down here unsupervised, essentially. I just have a lot of electronic stuff, and they're not allowed. You know, still have food, water, litter box upstairs, so they still have everything they need to do. But Malcolm would literally sit on the floor of my bedroom waiting for me to wake up. And if I passed, say, hour 10 in bed, he would then climb into bed and start tapping my face with his paw and meowing. Well, when Malcolm was younger, he used to be, he was dangerous around any wires. He would chew on any and all wires that existed. What am I replacing cat snot then? It's a stupid, stupid thing. There's still cat snot from Malcolm on this screen. And I haven't cleaned it off. It's a stupid thing. It's just one of those things. I had never gotten around to it. The vet is supposed to be calling me in a couple weeks. He's going to be cremated and going to have his remains in an urn. So he'll come back home. It's just, as I said, guys, like, I'm hurting. He used to get on this table, and I was able to just do that. He would just chill there. Just see, his arms would be wrapped around my arm. I had the cat ears. Malcolm was completely asleep in his chair. He was moving around too fast. He was blurry. And I told you, he stares at you. He'd always make sure that he's like staring right at you all the time. But yeah, he was hurting. Like, he hadn't eaten in over a week. The vet said that the tumor in his head had essentially ruptured, and it wasn't fair to him to try to keep him alive if he's in so much pain. Like, that's, at that point, it's just being selfish. Like, I miss him so much, but it's not fair to him. It sucks. And again, guys, sorry. I know I'm not really playing the game now. I'm just kind of bumbling along. And again, like, I saw him again. I'm sorry. My eyes are so watered down right now. It's hard for me to like see the screen. That's why I'm kind of like stopping to focus. It's just difficult, guys. Any idea about Final Fantasy XIV mobile requirements? I have no idea. I play games on my PC. I'm retired, so I stay at home all the time. I personally do not have any reason to play games on my phone. So, sadly, that is not something I can answer. My understanding, though, is that the phone version of it, they did some kind of thing to, like, simplify the controls. I don't know exactly what... I don't know if it can do cross-play with, like, PC or something. I don't know. Or if it's kind of like its own thing. I don't know. Sorry. So this picture here, you can see the roof of the gate going into my free company place. And we had this snow up for winter last year, I think it was. And you can see now in the game, essentially the same build. We moved this over. So slightly rearranged the front yard, but the Chocobo stable's still there. Yeah, there's the Chocobo stable. But Malcolm was right here, and he would just sit there while I played the game. Just relax there. When he felt like it, would get up, go, get a little food dish and water dish over to the side. He would get that. But yeah, it, like I said, guys, like I am not going to be doing well. It's going to take me a bit. So just understand that you're going to be seeing me play these kind of games where I can kind of shut my brain off and just do stuff. 'Cause, yeah. I found that glitch to get on top of the roof. You can climb the tower and get there the regular way, but that little glitch saves a lot of time. I lost my grandfather in 2019. To this day, still not okay with that. just, yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Now, guys, again, I apologize again for essentially doing this, but I have been live for over 6 hours now. I'm at that point where, like, kind of talking about this, as I said, I'm not doing well with it. Talking about it is kind of draining me even more. It is 7 a.m. local time for me. I have been awake since noon yesterday, and yeah, I need to go lay down or something. So that's what I'm actually going to do, guys. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me, but that is going to be it for me today. Let me quickly open up the Twitch and check and see if I can get you guys over to go watch somebody else. I try to prioritize somebody that is playing this game, however, nobody that I follow. Nobody that I follow is playing Final Fantasy, sadly. I'm going to kind of mix it up. This is going to be a little bit weird. I know there's several people here that have played, like, for example, European Truck Simulator and American Truck Simulator. I'm going to kind of throw a little bit of a curveball. I'm going to send you all over today to go see Trucker Dylan. He works, or he lives and operates in the Netherlands and the surrounding areas. He's got multiple cameras on his lorry. And, yeah, if you're interested in that kind of thing, it's kind of a cool stream to watch. So I'm going to send you guys over to go see him. Again, guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. Just expect me to not really have a schedule. Expect me to keep doing these late night / very early morning streams until I can get myself kind of situated again. Yeah. But guys, again, thank you for hanging out. I will see you all later. Take care. Later, guys.